stop. Oh, that was gross. Yeah, welcome to Voidstar Lab. This is a big day because, well, I mean, I've never started a stream by sneezing before. That's uniquely embarrassing. But this is an important day because we are going to finish our oscilloscope. Hopefully. Yeah, welcome to Voidstar Lab. A lot has happened. This is our very first stream that, since, the very early days, that did not take place on a Monday or a Friday, and that is because we had some internet trouble last time. Yeah, we've had a tremendous number of technical difficulties lately. I know that I give you folks a lot of credit. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I know we've had a lot of trouble lately, and I know that's not always the most fun to watch. So I've gone as far as I can to make sure that today's stream goes off flawlessly. So you can see our yeah. All right. So you can see we have our to-do list set up in the corner. This stream is sponsored by Things. You can go to things.com using the link in the description to download some things. A lot of cool stuff up there from the from my recent PC build. There's a video coming on that soon, I promise. We've had a major development with that video. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say there's something's showing up in the next video that I've wanted to do since I started the channel. It's gonna be real good. All right, so let's take a look at what we're doing today. First, my macro pad. Here that I use to switch between all the camera angles and stuff. The USB port snapped off. So the reason why there are two faces here is because the USB port snapped off my macro pad, and without that, I can't easily switch. I can't easily control my system. So I think that today we're going to lead off by dealing with that. Second, we are going to get the rest of the water out of the liquid cooling system on the oscilloscope. Right? There are two ways we could possibly do this. The first one is we get a shop vac. The second one is, here we go. The second one is, and I've got this thing up on blocks like a car upside down on my desk, and we just pull all the tubes out while it's upside down so all the water splashes downwards into a tray. I think we're going to do the second one. So it says slurp out water, not totally accurate. Third, I lost the key to the key switch. I lost the key to the switch that turns it on. I looked all over. It took a few hours turning the place inside out. I knew I wouldn't find it because I go to crazy lengths to it looks like our fan is on to make sure that it's really hard to lose stuff in the workshop. So yeah, that's gone. So we're going to replace that with a toggle switch, but this isn't just a toggle switch. It's a really chunky, fancy one. Yeah, Brooke, don't beat yourself up, Brooke. I knew we wouldn't find it. If I can't find something within a few minutes at this workshop, it's gone. Yeah, so we're gonna replace the key switch. We're gonna pull the thing apart. We have to make a few changes. One of the strips near the radiator tore. So we have to replace that. We'll replace the key switch. We'll put everything back together. We'll gas it back up with some fresh coolant. We have some green, some blue, and some fluorescent dye, so we can figure out some nice color combo for that. And then it's party time. If we do manage to finish this project first, I'm going to be completely amazed. And I'm going to be very relieved because this project has been the bane of my existence for like a month. Second, if we have extra time, I'm not actually sure what we'll do. We might 3D model something. We might even fire up a circuit board editor and get started on the CyberDeck version 2, which is going to be hopefully the first project on the channel using a custom circuit board that I made during the custom circuit board. Yeah, so we got a lot to do today, and regardless, I want to make this very clear. This will be the last episode involving the PimpScope. If we do not manage to finish the PimpScope today by about 5 p.m. Mountain Time, we're just moving on, and we're gonna start over with a new project in the future, because we've been on this for too long, and I imagine that folks are getting sick of it. My attention today is going to I am laser focused today on getting this project done. So I'm not going to be paying as close attention to chat as I usually do. I feel free to feel like if you're interested in supporting the channel and you want to make sure that I see whatever you have to say, feel free to give me a super chat. Otherwise, with that, I think it's time to get going. First thing to decide is, do we want... First, alright, let's move his chair out of here. First thing to decide is, why didn't I turn my light on? There we go. Alright, it is, with the macro pad, right? There are two ways we can go about this. The first is we pull my desoldering gun, and we desolder the entire Pro Micro, and just replace it with a new Pro Micro. The second option is that we desolder a micro USB port and replace that. And now that I'm thinking about it, there's no decision at all. We're giving the entire Pro Micro the suck. So let's bust out my very favorite tool. Let's move everything into position. Let's get this started. This is important because it's very hard to run the stream without the ability to change cameras. Go figure, right? So let's move this. Alright, so I'm just going to move my overhead camera into position. The overhead camera, also, everything in the... I've been busting my butt so hard lately. Like, everything in the workshop is getting all dilapidated. And everything's falling apart, and the overhead camera is getting bent out of shape, and all my equipment's falling apart. Yeah, so hopefully we can get rolling. Beef Ingot says the suck must be very good if it's like 20 pins are better than 4. Yes, because the 4 are surface mount, and their micro USB ports are particularly hard to solder because the pins are on the underside of the part. So yeah, let's get this thing fired up. So this thing should take care of most of the solder. Any that's left afterwards, any that remains afterwards, we will put a dab of Chip Quick on. Yeah. So yeah, here's the problem. I have to like reach over and just, yeah, kind of awkward. Alrighty. So let's I'm gonna get everything into position. Everything should be good to go. How do I turn on my auxiliary cam? There we go. Yeah, so if we do have to do some printing, then it's a big occasion. This is going to mark the return of 3D printer vision. I spent basically the entire day on Sunday running bandwidth tests to make sure that we'd be able to actually do this episode, and trying to figure out how to trying to figure out how to send compressed video from the Raspberry Pi so that we can do our 3D printer vision. Yeah. So without further ado, let's give this thing the suck. The suck. Every day in the lab is a good day indeed, Felix. Yeah, welcome to the chat. Felix is the presumably gentleman who got the space mouse that's been making life so much easier for all of our 3D modeling. It's been great. This is my favorite tool. I'm always looking for a reason to use this tool. Let's try to keep everything in view. I've got 2 camera angles going because this thing is kind of bulky. It's hard to this thing's kind of bulky, and it's difficult to keep everything in frame properly. So hopefully, between the 2 cameras, you have something good to look at. Yeah, welcome everyone new. Welcome all of our visitors. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, feel free. We do streams like this usually every Monday and Friday. We had to make a little exception because Comcast was being all Comcastic. Remember that ad campaign? Was that the worst? My finger's healing up. I gouged my finger open. Great anniversary present. That's healing. I was really burned out. I took a little time to, I wasted a bunch of time and, called it therapeutic. Yeah. So we're restoring balance to the universe. Today's episode is sponsored by Things. And if you use the link in the description, you can go visit. You can check out all my stuff. I never gave them a proper shill in the first place. Pretty much everything I make for this channel ends up on Things. So yeah, use that link. Check it out. Check out their new augmented reality. You can actually use them to search across a whole bunch of different 3D printable model sites. Hopefully, we do some 3D printing today because I haven't really done. The original idea was to do this project on their stream because do the project on the stream because I need to do some 3D printing. Yeah. So let's continue to give this thing the suck. Let's get this thing out. It's a little tedious, but it's not very difficult. The pads on an Arduino are very wide. There's a lot of room, which makes them very easy to desolder. It's the ones that the pads are tightly fit to the pin that cause problems. Pardon me if the noise isn't the most pleasant. I don't mind it personally, but I know that some people are very sensitive, and I know that the mic, things can sound different over the mic. This is basically a stream deck. Oh, hey! Lord Helix, welcome to the chat. Lord Helix is a member of the Cyberdeck community, and he's going to be on tomorrow's show on our Discord. We're inviting, we have Lord Helix, and we have Bot Grinder FPV. We got Cyberdeck, and we got Cyber. Well, I mean, we got a drone, first-person drone pilot with goggles and stuff, and we're bringing them in to the to our super hacking app stage to talk about cyberpunk. Talk about bearing the lead. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be doing basically a live podcast on the Discord about cyberpunk in real life. It's going to be great. This is the last podcast in our 3-part series. So, yeah, enjoy. That's at 1 o'clock tomorrow. And after that's done, I'm going to put up the... on Discord, I'm going to put up the recording for all 3. I haven't had time to process that. Yeah, we have sorry things have been moving so slow on the channel. We have a huge backlog of stuff to do. Yeah, between the computer dying, me getting injured, been fighting with customs to get not 1 but 2 things through. That has been fun. Yeah, those are both through. So yeah, basically there's been a lot of distraction, and it's been causing me to burn out like crazy. So hopefully the worst of it is past. And, yeah, hopefully the worst of it's past, and we can get back to focusing on videos. Alright, so now the fun part is figuring out which pins are still attached. Okay, so we got a couple here. I know how aggressively folks want to leave as soon as things get a little tedious or we start to stick. So today's focus is on maintaining momentum, and making sure that everything moves forward and that the stream remains fun to watch because I want everyone to have a good time. All right, this should be. Oh, we got another one here. So the solder sucker heats up the solder, and then it's basically a soldering iron with a vacuum cleaner. It's not really a solder sucker; it's a desoldering gun. It's the real deal. It's basically a soldering iron with a hole in the middle attached to an electric vacuum pump. So we use this to heat up the area, and then once everything's heated, we engage the suck, and yeah, blows all the solder out. So the challenge is getting every single last fleck of solder out of every single pin. It can be sometimes hard to tell which pins are still attached and which ones have been freed. So yeah, just gonna give this thing give some of these a little wiggle, see if we can work them out. If we still have trouble with this, then we'll apply some Chip Quick. Chip Quick is a special solder that stays molten down to very low temperatures. So it basically lets you melt every pin of the device at the same time. Keep them all melted while you remove it. And for through-hole parts, it's not my first line of attack. For through-hole parts, it's not my first line of attack because it's expensive and it leaves a lot of residue. Besides, we're gonna want to take it out anyways. We're gonna want to remove the old solder anyways. Yeah. So, yep. Desoldering gun is the best, but it doesn't always get it has to get 100% of the solder. If there's even a single fleck of solder bonding the pin to the pad, then we won't be able to remove the part, and it can be difficult to do a perfect job. They say practice makes perfect, but they also say that no one's perfect, so why practice? Let's see. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. You see, it's coming loose. There we go. Easy peasy lemon greasy. So we'll save on to Wow, great talkity talk, Zack. Yeah, so we'll save the Pro Micro. We will attach a new port to it later, but for now we'll just grab one out of the stock and replace it. So we're going to switch this one off. Yeah, here's a question: is Dr. Talon in the crowd? Dr. Talon on yes, I know much speaks goods, Donald Gray. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. All right. Dr. Talon on our Discord was generous enough to buy a bunch of this of our soldering gear that was starting to wear out. So we're actually going to be using a lot of that today. I never really made a big deal of it, but my soldering iron, right? You know, like kind of the main thing on the channel is dying. The heating cartridge and the temperature sensor were both failing, and he got us a new soldering iron, a new handle for our Hacko iron. So thank you very much. We are going to get some use out of that. I don't like the conical tip. I don't get the point. I don't know. Point, get it? Because it's a cone. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much. It's gonna pay off right away. So let's unplug the old one. Where did the soldering iron end up? My desk is a complete disaster area. This is. I think it's going on like 9 weeks now since I've been able to do a full clean of the lab. Usually I do a full clean every day. Yeah, that's how I'd like to do it. Yeah, look at this. Look at how they compare. Look how beat up this one is. Oh man, the looks like the handle got redesigned. The new handle looks different. I hope this isn't a knockoff. There are a lot of knockoff products on Amazon. I mean, the parts of it look different, but not necessarily worse. The cable is definitely a bit stiffer. Yeah, I hope it's the real thing. Fake counterfeit products are a real problem on Amazon. So, I guess we're gonna find out, right? The Hacko logo seems alright. now? I don't know. If it is a fake, it's still going to be covered under like Amazon will let us return it, so there's less risk. But I'm not going to throw this one. Not going to throw this one out quite yet. We're just going to set it aside. If it ends up being a fake, then you know, we'll probably find out. Hopefully, I think unfortunately, now that I'm looking at it, I think it might be. Well, let's see what happens when we switch it on. See if it explodes. This cord is also much shorter. Huh. I'm not even sure it's going to reach all the way back there. Oh boy. There's no way to tell either. Fakes on Amazon, fakes get mixed in with the real deal. So Amazon basically launders counterfeits for every product that it sells. So it's no one's fault. I mean, it's no one's fault except Amazon and the counterfeiters. But let's see. I mean, it could be that they just changed the. Could be that they just changed the the cable length. Let's see. Okay, so this thing should be heating up to 316. Very, very nice. Let's take a look at chat while this thing revs up. Nathan says, if you have extra time, go looking for parts and tools on Amazon. I took a look. I'm not impressed. I think most of the stuff that they're discounting on Amazon, they already had priced very high. It's kind of baloney. But there are some 3D printer filaments on sale. So if you're if you're in the market, go ahead and take a look at that. Remember, the 3D printer filaments do expire, so don't spend too much money. Like they do get old and take on water. But if you have a low humidity place to store them, or you're buying stuff like PETG that's less vulnerable, yeah, check out Amazon. Grab some prime filament. I need a French person to tell me if that's actually how you say filament in French. Yeah, Amazon. I mean, Amazon's kind of a necessary evil. There's just a lot of stuff that you can't eat. There's just a lot of stuff that you can't quickly get. It's not necessarily about quality all the time. It's the speed is relevant too, especially if you're in a business like myself, and you have to have everything done in a matter of days. Bear with me one sec. I am just going to go and grab another pie. I hope I don't grab another pie. It's going to make this problem not work. I'm going to go grab another Pro Micro. Throw this one back. Oh, that's why I can't find anything here, because turn the light off. All right, where's our Arduino's at? Here we go. All right, let's hope I have a Pro. I hope I have a Pro Micro at all. I've got a lot of Pro Minis. Oh, there we go. Oh, of course, you can't see what's going on because I was moving the camera. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Mini. Oh, pardon me. Peak, Nano. Let's see, another Mini. I bought a lot of these for the mechanical keyboards episode. I actually bought a pack of Minis instead of Micros because I'm stupid. Oh, here we go. Pro Micro. This was another counterfeit product. I thought I was getting the real thing. But I didn't have time to return it, so Bezos got me. I got by the Bezos. Alright, so let's solder this bad boy on. I just remembered that we're going to have to get code onto this thing, and I hope... Yeah, we're going to have to get some code onto this thing, and I don't think I have the firmware stored anywhere, so we're going to have to spend a couple minutes on the QMK configurator. Yeah, we're going to have to spend a few minutes on the QMK configurator setting this thing up as a number pad. There we go. Come on, focus, please. All right, let's put our new soldering iron through its paces. Yeah, this is important because we're not going to be able to, because I've been having trouble controlling the camera because I snapped the USB port off. That, of course, is why you want to get the real deal, because the soldering on the counterfeit that that I would like. By the way, I didn't buy that Teensy or that Pro Micro. Like, that's one that came with the kit. So it seems like they were as much a victim as I was, and that USB port just came right off. And it was because of cold. It was cold joints too. It wasn't because of. It didn't like rip the pads off with it. It was cold. It was just cold joints. What a pain in the booty. I hope this one performs better. Not a lot. Yeah. So yeah, my attention is mostly going to be on the project. Whew. My attention is mostly going to be on the projects today, but if you want to get my attention, feel free to drop a super chat. It supports the channel, helps pay for the projects, keeps the lights on, and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, we're almost soldered. Very nice. So the iron seems to be working all right. It's not as yeah, it's not as easy to do, it's not as easy to use. The cord is a little stiffer than the last one. It's also significantly shorter, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Some of these joints look disgusting. I've half a mind to like desolder all the switches, and 3D print a new case for it. But never mind. Okay, let's shut this one off. Marcos Vinicius Petri says, "Aren't you afraid of breathing the smoke all the time?" I usually use a fume extractor. I have a Hacko fume. I have one of the Hacko smoke absorbers, and I actually just replaced the filter on it. I replace the filters often. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do while we're on a stream because it would be too loud and it would drown out the stream. So there's no way around it. Got to make sacrifices. It's like when people ask me about burnout. Like, if you want the job, you gotta be ready to, breathe some cancer vapor. These are Gateron greens, which are some of the loudest and most obnoxious, switches around. All right, let's get our butts back to the other. Let's get our butts back to the other side of the world, and let's get some code on this thing. Actually, first, I think I should probably screw it back together, shouldn't I? Yeah, the reason why this is disgusting orange is because that was the original color scheme of the megalith. The original, like, of my old computer. My old computer's original color scheme was going to be like black and amber, like sort of Half-Life 2 colors. What happened here? Yeah, and ended up switching it to black and green because the amber tubing and coolant weren't as bright as I had hoped. All right, let's grab some of these screws. Get them in here. Let's bust out the electric screwdriver. I need some electric screwdriver therapy. I need some of that. I need some of this satisfaction. Oh, it's so nice. This is one of those tools that, like, I can't justify it. Like, if you ask me if you should get one, like, no, I shouldn't even have got one. An electric screwdriver, unless you're on assembly line, is not justified. But it's so much fun. I love it. This is the ES121. They didn't sponsor me or anything. I just think it's a really cool product. It's open source. You can hack your screwdriver. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but it's the future. All right, I'm moving back up to this side of the world. Let's turn the monitor around. Here we go. Very nice. Right, let's switch back to our distinctive wallpaper. What's this doing here? I'm not supposed to have any shortcuts. Get that crap out of here. Let's get our auxiliary camera and point it. Hang on a sec. We're just going to extend the feet on this guy. Yeah, we're going to point this at the macro pad. So, I don't know, just we can see if something's blinking or something. Maybe I shouldn't have put the... Maybe it was a bad idea to put the back on. I guess we'll find out. I guess we're going to find out. As much as I would love to have a separate, like, dedicated back, like, auxiliary camera just for this side, I had to decide that enough is enough. My current setup has 7 cameras, and it's getting a little ridiculous. A USB hub can only support one or two cameras at a time. They're just not fast enough to keep up. All right, so this is plugged in. All right, so here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to see what Brooke has been texting me. Did I miss a super chat already? I think I did. Thank you so much to Talon Sanders, Dr. Talent. Thank you so much. He says add the Weller WE 1010 N80 to your wish list. Just got it myself. I think you'd like it. I gotta give that a shot. I gotta give that a look. The Hacko versus Weller wars have been raging since dust was rocks, and I don't know. Oh, that's where this window went. The only soldering irons I have a significant amount of experience with are Hackos. So I'll give that a shot. Thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Oh, the lights are every single time. I forget to turn the lights on. Or maybe I'm doing it intentionally, just so I can show off that I connected my shelving unit to the internet. I said I connected my shelving unit to the internet. There we go. All right, so let's go to the QMK configurator. I believe there should already be a pre-made layout for this pad. This is the 1UP Quick 16 or Sweet 16. I think it's this one. Ortho 4x4 number pad. Wait. Oh no, it's just orthographic. Oh, that's stupid. I thought there was a pre-made number pad keypad. Maybe there's one in one of these. 4x4 making. Oh, do I have to? We don't have to. I don't have to make this I don't have to build this all myself. Yeah, it compiles it online for me. I can't remember if this is the V2 or what. Let's start with the V1 and see what happens. All right, so yeah, I was correct. There is a pre-made. Oh, this isn't a number pad. These aren't number pad keys. These aren't number pad keys. These are main keys. Oh, it sucks. All right, so let's just Unfortunately, I can't type them in because they don't because I don't have a number pad. So bear with me one sec. We're just gonna rebind all of our keys here to the corresponding ones. This should be it's enter, but it should be number pad enter. Yeah, it's causing all kinds of problems. I think that's what happened in the first place. All right, what do we want here? Oh, hey, we got another super chat. Brian Dilly, thank you so much for the $5. He says, balzania. I guess that's like meatballs plus lasagna. Maybe, perhaps. Hey, my shirt matches my mug. It's almost like I got them at the same conference. Got some Earl Grey tea. Remember conferences? Remember those? Ah, it'd be nice to have those again. Okay. We got comma equals enter. We'll just hang on. We'll just like we'll stick this. We'll stick to this for now. All right. So let's compile it. Let's watch the spinning potato. I guess while the spinning potato spins. Oh, hey, we got another super chat. Brian Dilly, thanks so much for the $5. When does our next video come out? When I'm finished with it. Serious talk. Probably. Pardon. I'd like to say this weekend, but I don't think it's going to happen because we have to do a significant amount of our filming on Thursday. So probably sometime next week, maybe next Tuesday. It's taken. It took a while to make. We lost our computer, and that threw us for a loop. We lost the computer, that caused the Singularitron video to take about 4 times as long to cut because Brooke's computer is not as powerful as mine. Yeah, so that, and then we had to actually build the computer, and to build the computer, I was getting burned out. I wrote the script. The script was complete ass butt. So I had to burninate the script and spend a couple days relaxing and chill out. So we're way behind schedule. We're basically only just starting, this video. So it'll take a bit. I know it's not professional. I do the best I can. All right. Yep. Okay, so here we go. We got a hex file. We should be able to use AVR-dudes to install, to get this hex file up in this biznatch. Here we go. Okay, you can see I was. Oh. Let's see. We are going to want to change our display density, aren't we? Let's see. So we're going to change the display density so you guys and gals can see what's, and NBs can see what's actually going on. All right, so we have AVR-dudes. That's why I'm so gender conscious today, because we're using highly gendered AVR burning software. Yeah. Okay, so let's open up our. Oh wait, nope, that's not what we want. All right, here we go. So we're going to open up our firmware file that we just made. Here we go. All right, our processor here is this is a Pro Micro, right? So this is an Atmega 32U4. This is the Leonardo. I don't actually know what fuses we need. This is important. I don't actually know what fuses we need. So here we go. Let's see. So this is the 1UP Sweet 16 fuses. Let's see. So we built our key map. Flash it. Here we go. So what are we doing? Select it, hit compile, download it. I'm not using QMK tool. Do we have QMK toolbox? Let's see, QMK. We have MSys. Is that it? Is that QMK toolbox? I don't think so. No, we're not doing that. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, we made a mistake here. So we are going to have to we're going to have to unscrew it because we have to hit the reset button. At least according to these instructions. All right. I just need to know what the fuses are supposed to be. Do we even need? All right, it's assuming the fuse. All right, so what am I talking about with fuses? So all microcontrollers. So microcontrollers run code, right? They're electronic components that run code, but that's not the only programming that has to go onto them. Yeah, because microcontrollers also have basically a little configuration file. They're called fuses. And they're called that because at one point they were literally fuses, and the engineer would permanently blow one out to set a 1. Yeah, nowadays they can be reconfigured. They're not. This one doesn't even have a reset button. What on? Oh, it does. Yep, there it is. It's on the board. Boop boop boop. Yeah. So the fuses tell it things like what clock speed to run at. You know, like meta things, things that the code doesn't have access to. So I think let's instead search for Pro Micro Keyboard fuses. Yeah, here we go. So, or do we need, like, I guess here's the question. Are the fuses going to be, because, like, this thing is going to have fuses burned into it at the factory, because, it's going to have fuses burned at the factory because it's going to be pre-configured to, like, you know, run sketches and stuff. So, you know what, let's just try doing this without messing with any fuses. Alright, so we got AVR Dude S. Here's the question. What port? What port are we're gonna do this on? Let's see. We're gonna open up, so I'm opening up the Windows subsystem for Linux. Let's go. Oh, it masks them. Alright. Let's take a look. So currently we have COM 28, 24, 6, and 4. Let's plug this in. And let's see if anything new is showing up. There we go. 18 is new. Alright. So let's do this. Let's hit go. And this shouldn't cause any problems. And of course it did. Maybe resetting it was a bad idea. Here we go. Let's hit go and let's actually, like, you know, let's actually chill out. Come on. Not responding. This thing should be running a bootloader. Maybe I need to hit the reset button and then hit program. Change port name. Alright. That's weird. Okay, let's see. What do we got? What do we got here? Rate error. Sorry, no info available. The device does not recognize the command. This is Mega32U4, right? Yeah, Mega32. Is it relevant that it's 32U4? Is it detecting? I don't know what's going on here. I don't have a lot of experience with this software. I mean, that should be configured correctly at Mega32U4. It's just maybe it's 28, 24, 6, and 4, and now, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This should be working. Yeah, maybe like the firmware. Maybe like we downloaded the firmware for the wrong ones. I mean, it says Rev 1 version 1 right here. So, so this I don't think we're doing anything wrong here. But it's not responding. Maybe try to read the. I'm trying to just read the fuses. I'm trying to get something from this. I'm trying to. I'm just trying to get some response from this thing. Yeah, the USB bootloader should work. Yeah, maybe. I guess we're doing the wrong. I guess it's the wrong bootloader. Let's see which one they recommend online. Pro Micro AVR Dude S, and let's see which programmer. Yeah, I think we're just using the wrong programmer. Yeah, we're using AppNote 109, which I think is a serial. Like, I think it should work, right? Like, I thought that's the one. There are different. So, like, the program has a lot of. Yeah, so the program has a lot of programmers built in, right? Like, basically, it supports a lot of different methods to actually talk to the microcontroller and get the code onto it. Yeah, this should be it. AVR 109. All right, so then yeah, it's AVR 109 bootloader. Yeah, there's no reason why this shouldn't work. This should be working. Let's try holding the reset button while plugging it in. Maybe there's some interference happening with the bootloader. All right. Yeah, it's not working. Huh. Oh, what happened? We lost our video. Oh, that's weird. Hang on a sec. Bear with me. That's really weird. We lost our video. Huh. It looks like something happened. Something happened on the USB. Something happened with our USB. Looks like this is still going. Let's open up our auxiliary and get that going. Yeah, that's weird. It looks like something strange happened when we plugged it in while resetting. That's what on earth is going on here? Man, nothing can ever be easy on this channel, can it? All right, we're gonna abandon this. We're gonna move on. We're going to abandon this. We're going to move on. Thank you very much for your patience. I know that this isn't the most exciting. This isn't the most exciting part. Let's just take another look here. The error does not recognize the command found programmer ID F type at. All right, so this is corrupted. Let's just see if anything funny's going on here. Maybe let's just try using Arduino. Like, I'm not going to spend too much longer on this because I know that folks don't like watching me struggle with. I know for every person who likes watching me struggle with tech support stuff, there are a dozen who don't. So stand by. It's currently 12:51 at exactly 1 o'clock. If this isn't done, we're throwing it out and we're moving on. So here we go. I'm just going to try to upload a Blink sketch to this using the Arduino IDE. Because if the Arduino can do it, then that means the problems are in our configuration. I don't think you can actually upload a hex file with an Arduino. I think Leonardo would work. But this is the Pro Micro. Are they just calling it the Micro here? I forget if the Pro Micro and the Micro are the same thing. I think they are. All right. So let's see. Port. Let's unplug this. Let's see. Which port was? Why isn't it showing up now? That's really weird. I saw that there were two port 4s, so is it possible you just have the wrong port? I don't think so. What? Oh, I uploaded the wrong firmware. Where? I uploaded the wrong sketch. Where's our Blink sketch? There we go. Let's get. There we go. All right, let's see what happens. Is anything happening? No, I guess not. All right. Well, crap. I guess I should have tried to. I guess I should have tested this before we installed it. Maybe the Pro Micro itself is just dead on arrival. Yeah, I guess I got a bad. I guess I got a bad A bad Pro Micro. That's weird. Maybe it's using the other bootloader. Alright, we're running out of... keeping an eye on the clock, don't worry. We will be out of this before you know it. I just would really, really like to get this thing... up, because it's going to make it... It's going to make it a lot easier to show you what I want to show you while we're editing this. And yes, I know I'm supposed to do this in the off time, but I figured that, you know, you guys would get a kick out of seeing me desolder some stuff. Yeah. So that's not working. It generally either works right away or it doesn't. Oh, hey, it just had a different bootloader on it. All right. This is using the 911 bootloader, 911. I guess I shouldn't really say either of those, or I'm going to get demonetized. So let's see. Yeah, so let's give this a test. All right. Oh, looking good. It's working. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That should have hidden. Oh. Okay. looks like one of our hotkeys is not working, but that's gonna be really easy to change. Just gonna go over here. So bear with me for just 1 sec. It's only gonna take a second, and oh, we still have 5 minutes to spare. So yeah, still like keeping my promise. Wait a second, that's not right. That's not supposed to be 5. That's supposed to be plus 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5. Wait, what? What? This is supposed to be 5. Huh? All right. Okay. Okay. Pardon that. It seems like I configured this wrong. I think. Why is this like this? This is supposed to be a number pad plus. I guess. Wait, did I program this wrong in the first place? Why is this a 5? This button shouldn't be a 5. I'm confused. Why is that numlock? There's some funny stuff going on here, folks. Yeah, there's some funky stuff going on here. Why is this? Huh. That's really weird. Should be number pad period. Number pad equals. Yeah, something funny was going on with this. So let's compile this again. We'll just use the same system. We'll upload it a second time. Somehow it seems like we have switched off our auxiliary. Switched off our auxiliary camera. There we go. Okay, we'll be out of this. We'll be out of this soon. Oh, we'll be out of this real soon. Okay. Oh, hey, we got a super chat, Felix. Thanks a lot for the $10. I really appreciate it. Keep making content, sir. You're getting better every stream. Well, thank you. I'm trying as hard as I can. It's not something I have any experience with. So I really appreciate the encouragement. Yeah, really starting from square one. But yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's hit the old reset. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen at all. There we go. The music shouldn't be playing anymore. We're trying some. We are trying to improve the stream. You know, every time. Yeah, we are trying to. We're trying to improve our stream. And that includes things like getting some hold music, and making sure we can actually control our cameras. Okay, good. I think what was going on is that it was hitting the equals key and the numlock key. I think that was the problem. So, this should be set. I just need to rebind this hotkey so it doesn't cause weird things to happen. It doesn't cause crazy things to happen. There we go. I think this should do the job. Okay. Camera. Nope, that's not what we want at all. That's not what we want at all. What? Now it's not working. What the hell? Now it's not doing anything at all. What on earth is happening here? Alright, I'm just going to unplug this, plug it back in. Auxiliary camera. Why is this? Oh my god! Stand by! I think what's happening is I think something went wrong. I think something funny went on with the firmware here, and it's pressing multiple keys at the same time. All right, here I'm just gonna move this over here. I think it's where's our standby scene? Yeah, this should be number pad 0. What? Now this is pressing. What the hell is happening here? Yeah, it should switch to this when I hit number pad 0. And I was not hitting number pad 0. I was hitting number pad minus. Number pad minus. There we go. What is happening here? I'm so confused. Where is my face? Why is my face missing? What happened to my face? My face should be there. And now I'm so confused, folks. At the very least, it seems like our macro pad is working. So, yeah, at the very least, it seems like our macro pad is working. So let's just screw this thing back together before more crazy stuff happens. I really wish this case had a hole in the bottom for the reset button. But you know, you can't have everything. You know what they say? You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. So let's screw this thing back together, and let's get back to building oscilloscopes, and then we can update our to-do list. And it's exactly 101. It's exactly we finished on time. I promised you folks. See, I'm an honorable Zack. Well, I mean, relatively speaking. All right, good. So we're gonna plug this in. We're gonna plug this in. We're going to press the button. I said we're going to plug this in. We're going to press the button to take us back to our overhead view. Actually, let's do this view. All right. One last thing I want to do is I just want to get a hotkey set up. For. Oh wait, I already have one set up for this. Oh, hey, very nice. Okay, all right. Then I'm going to move over here, and we'll get back to. Oh wait. Before we do, I'm gonna press the button. Oh, it's so much better than having to like reach over and like try to tap that one bit of the monitor. Boop. Touchscreen monitors. I gotta say, I wasn't a believer, but Brooke sold me on them. I should probably save this, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's save. We got our key map saved. Excellent. We don't need this. We really need some gender-neutral AVR programming software. This is getting ridiculous. Okay, Sublime Text. Very nice. Macro pad. Macro pad. It's fixed. There we go. Now we need to remove the old. tubes from the oscilloscope, so that we We need to remove the L2s from the oscilloscope so that we can replace the key switch, because I lost the key. So without further ado, switch back to this camera. Let's switch this camera back over here. We're officially moving, folks. And it is all thanks to today's sponsor, Things. I'm working on my Segway game. Yeah, whether you're a 3D printer or you're a 3D modeler, or you maybe just play a lot of D&D or something, I don't care. Go to things.com, use the link in my description so they know I sent you. You can download all the STLs you could want. There's no stupid photography, there's no goofy 5-second waiting periods before you download. You just click the link, you get to see the model in 3D. If you're on a phone, you can even augmented reality it right there into real life. Yeah, the whole site loads very quickly. They're improving it every day, and they've just made it even easier for you to upload your own models. Now you have a lot. Now they give us a lot more control now over how our models actually appear on the site. We can pick orientation. We can make assemblies. You can even add versions now. That's something that I haven't seen on any site. It's like, if you ever download something from Things and the files are called like Part A 1B Front V 0.1.2. You're like, which ones am I supposed to print? Well, now you can create versioned models on Things. It's pretty sweet. I haven't had any time to revisit my old models, so I haven't used this feature, but I've heard it works quite well. So you'll have to take my word for it. Let's get this over here. All right. Let me show you what's going on here. Let me show you what we got over here. So we've got the oscilloscope up on blocks. I think this is what we're gonna do. We got these. Yeah, this is how we're gonna handle this. We got the oscilloscope up on blocks, and we are going to. And we have this bin here. This bucket, if I may. We have our bucket. He has a bucket, and yeah, we are going to just take the tubes off of this thing upside down, with this thing kind of up on shocks like an old beater. We're going to take the tubes off upside down to give it a chance to drain into this bucket. Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? It's going to be fine. It's not very easy to reach in here, but something tells me that me failing isn't necessarily a bad thing for the entertainment value of the stream. So yeah, we're going to disassemble this. That's going to enable us to open it back up and make the repairs to finish the job. And that's it. After that, there should be nothing else to do. We'll reassemble the thing. It'll work. And then after, we're also going to have to make another power supply for the pump because unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we can just pull 2 amps off of this thing. So we'll just have to make a little connector for the power supply. But otherwise, yeah. Yeah. So one sec. I'm just going to go into the back room and grab myself some rubber gloves. Because I don't want... I cut myself cleaning up a 3D print about a week ago, and I don't want any of this 3D printer juice to end up here. So we'll put a rubber glove on, and because humans love symmetry, and I think my wearing only one glove last time was really cheesing people out, we're going to put another one on my other hand just to balance things out. I should probably take my ring off, or it'll just saw right through the glove and kind of defeat the purpose, won't it? Yeah. Oh, hey, I missed a super chat a while ago. Brian Dilly, thanks so much for the $5. Brian says, it's a PEBCAC. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. I think problem exists between user and keyboard in this case. Problem exists between keyboard and bootloader. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Let's get in here. Pitter patter. Let's get at her. So I think I'm going to start with the frontmost. Let's keep the bucket in place. I'm going to start with the frontmost one so I can move this tube out of the way afterwards and make some room. kind of tricky. I'm gonna be honest. This isn't the easiest. Let's keep our pan in place. Our oscilloscope bedpan. Oh, there we go. These fittings are on here very tight. They're also very close together. All in all, it makes it, there we go, quite difficult to take them out. Take me out. Just shaking this off. Move this out of the way. Okay, let's. I'm actually going to let's see. I'm going to tab back over. Take a look at the chat. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go ahead and let's see. Oh, everyone's talking about touching the screens. Hey, Cyberdeck Cafe is in the house. Welcome to the show. Cyberdeck Cafe is another podcast about. I mean, it's supposed to be about cyberdecks. They have Boot Disc. It's the gentleman's name does this podcast every Sunday called Technical Difficulties. That's ostensibly about cyberdecks, but it really depends on who ends up hanging out. Sometimes it ends up being about drones. Sometimes keyboards. It's a lot of fun. They keep trying to convince me to go on it, but Sunday is my day when I prepare for our streams every Monday. Today's not Monday. Today is Tuesday, but it's when I prepare for my streams, so I haven't been able to go. All right, set this tube aside. Leave this world behind. Let's do this one. This one's full of juice. I have to be careful with this one. This is really awkward. I just want to. I know that. Yeah, I'm just going to take this moment to complain momentarily. I said moment twice in one sentence. Also, you should. If you're not a member of our Discord, you should join. Discord.gg/Voidstar Lab. Brooke, if you could put a link in the chat, that would be great. You got to join because tomorrow is our last Super Hack and Yap. We are bringing in Lord Helix of the Cyberdeck community and Bot Grinder FPV to talk about cyberpunk in real life. Hopefully the only thing we splashed was downwards. Don't worry, we got plenty of paper towel. It would have been nice for me to grab them before we spilled all over the place. But we're having them over to our Super Hack and Yap stage to talk about cyberpunk in real life. Yeah, it's gonna be really neat. Helix is a pretty cool guy, or gal. I don't know. They're sentient Shiba Inu, and and an actual hacker, like security penetration. Also blacksmith. Cool person. Bot Grinder is, he's Bot Grinder FPV. Does first person focus please? First person drone flying and his real character. So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. And that's tomorrow. Only on Discord. We're not putting that on YouTube. This is a Discord exclusive because we've got to reward our community. I mean, what's the point of having a community if you don't give them preferential treatment? Yeah, we're gonna put up recordings for all that. We're gonna put up recordings for all 3 episodes. At some point in the future, it's on the to-do list. I have a massive amount of stuff to get caught up on. But it's in there. Come on. I'm trying to do this in a way that you can see on camera. Not the easiest. Okay. Out we go. Don't splash everywhere, please. Oh, it's splashing everywhere. Focus, please. Focus. There we go. All right. So that's the worst of it done. I'm sure as we shift this thing around, more water is going to spill everywhere. And this is water. This isn't coolant. First step of doing a water cooling project, like after you've set up all the tubes and stuff, is you run distilled water through it. You don't jump directly to coolant. You run distilled water through it to scrub out any funny stuff and to leak test it. Because if it leaks, you're going to need. Oh man, I'm kind of tired. If it leaks, you're going to have to disassemble it, and there's no point wasting all that expensive coolant. So what I'm doing now is I'm just making some little plugs out of. Actually, I don't think this is going to happen. Like, I'm trying to make some plugs out of paper towel, but I don't think I'm going to have a very easy time getting them in there. These will catch any drips that flow back in once we turn this upwards. But look, we'll do our best. Even having only some of them plugged is better than none of them. Plus, the ones on the bottom are the ones that we need to worry about. Normally, we don't have to be so anal, right, about catching every single drop. Because on a PC, like, you know, it's big and, like, you know, it's not terribly not always so sensitive. But on an oscilloscope, you know, even a single drop of liquid can be a tremendous problem. Tab back over here. Cyberdeck Cafe says Brooke is actually the brains. She's over there giving me step-by-step directions. She's also spotting like super chats and other important things. Yeah, she's spotting like super chats and other stuff when I'm too in the zone to notice people, you know, being awesome. All right, I think this is fine. So let's reorient our overhead camera here. Up, switch right back. Oh, this is great. All right. I don't think the two halves are connected. Yeah, I guess they are going to be connected. So we need to remove the front from the back, and let's see. They're going to be connected through some wires, but it shouldn't be that many. All right, so let's remove the front. Please be easy. It won't. It's never easy. I'm amazed this oscilloscope survived so long. It's kind of astounding. All right. So, it's not even being held in by anything. It's just all tangled. All right, so let's unplug our power connectors, and that should be everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've got. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I moved a few things around to make the whole thing look a little nicer. There we go. Okay. So the front. All right. So we're going to work on the front and back separately. We have one repair to make on each. But first, I need to make some room on the desk. Let's move this thing out of the way and try not to spray water everywhere or, you know, break anything. There we go. Okay. What are these? Well, these are for a giveaway on Friday. You folks get to hear about all this stuff first. This Friday we're kind of unboxing kind of checking out a one of these imported laser engravers. I have seen these inexpensive laser engravers show up all over the place, so I wanted to see if like it's actually useful. So we're going to be giving one of those away on Friday's stream. A laser cutter, laser engraver. It was a nightmare to get through customs, but it was worth it. You'll see. I think. I don't know actually. It might suck. I've only used like super fancy. Oh, there we go. I've only used like super fancy like laser cutter at the Fab Lab. Angle was a little wrong. All right, let's get our tray of water out of here. It's a little dangerous to have next to some electronics. Okay, here we go. Put the camera back on me. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're going to separate the front from the back, and we are going to replace the key switch with a toggle switch. Yep, easy peasy. So let's actually, I'm gonna make myself a little swab and get in here. Yes. Lodge Blask Nielsen asks, is coolant the same in the metalworking world as the computer world? Probably not. Computers don't get that hot. Most computer coolant is closer to antifreeze. It's propylene or ethylene glycol. Yeah. Let us see. Okay, so in order to open this thing up, we've got these toggles. We've got these little clips on the side that we have to open up and pull out. Come on. Disengage the little clippy clips. We're going to shove a guitar pick in there to keep it from going right back in while we unlock the other side. I'm running out of guitar picks. I've been breaking a lot of these opening, closing, and scraping stuff. Yeah. So we'll pop open the other side too. We don't have to worry about it falling off because we've got guitar picks holding it open. Come on. Come on. Alright, we need a tougher tool. Where's a pry bar? Pry bar. Yeah. Come on. Out you go. There we are. And the last one. That's all four. I think there are only four. There should only be four. Oh, of course. We're not. This isn't going anywhere. Well, all these knobs are in there. It's always one thing after another. So yeah, we're gonna pull off all these knobs. See, all these are actually light up encoders. If I were a real badass, I would salvage all of the encoders and use them in a different project because they are not serving much of a purpose here. The original idea was to make the front panel itself RGB, like make it light up in and of itself. But that didn't end up working because there wasn't enough room behind the circuit board to actually route wires to all the encoders. So right now they're not doing anything. They're just being overpriced encoders in a situation that doesn't need them. So if we really, we'll get back to that one later. We're gonna have to change our screwdriver. Yeah. So if we were real pros, we would rip all those out and replace them with regular, mundane encoders and use the light up ones for other projects. But I think we want to finish this project. Project's gotta end. The perfect is the enemy of the done. At the end of the day, people only care about projects that exist. For the most part. I know that there are some weirdos out there who are into projects that don't exist. We could print some new ones. I actually did. I wasn't going to use these guitar amp knobs. I actually 3D printed an entire set of resin knobs. But they didn't look good without the backlight, so we didn't use them. Yep, you can never get too attached to a part of your project. You never put something in your project because you made it. Like, you have to be ready to throw stuff out regardless of how much time, effort, love, or energy you put into something. Not everything... Things don't deserve to make it into your project just because you made them. Alright, so we're switching over to our other size here. It's weird that the smaller knob uses the larger screw, but yeah. Alright, so now there should be nothing else keeping this stuff together. So this should come out properly now. Oh, it looks like we have another couple of latches. Looks like one fell back in on the bottom. Come on. My opening tool's taking some damage too. Come on. Here we go. Awesome. Log Blast Nielsen says, I'm going to have to build you a guitar one day. I don't care if you play, I'm going to build one. I do not. Only thing I know how to play is video games. And even then... Last latch. There we go. This is clearly designed to be put together in one direction. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we have to make sure that we don't rip anything. Let's remove the ribbon cable before we tear it to shreds. Yeah. See, there isn't a lot of room behind this. Yeah, there's only about maybe a quarter inch of clearance, and each one of these encoders has 5 wires. So I tried. This is part of the video. I put up a valiant effort, but unfortunately, it was for naught. But at the end of the day, the project turned out all right. So, all right, we're gonna remove the this key switch. Not only did we lose the key, let's be careful not to tear our RGB, our ergib strips. Not only did we lose the key, but this lock is also getting kind of wobbly. And yeah, the lock is kind of sus. Okay, so let's think here. We are gonna just desolder. All right, so where's our auxiliary camera? Boop. All right, so we're gonna so this is our key switch. We're gonna desolder the key switch, and we are going to then solder that onto our toggle switch. Focus immediately. There we go. Yeah, so we'll do that. And as for the orientation, I don't think it really matters whether we have to flip it up or down. I think because we can like turn it over. Pardon, we can turn it over fairly easily. Yeah, one thing that we are not going to. One thing that we're not going to show here is we're going to have to glue this in place. So ahead of time, I 3D printed this little bracket, or this little mounting thing, and that is going to live right here. It's going to go That's going to go right here. We're going to glue it on. We're going to epoxy it. Epoxy takes a few hours. So unfortunately, we're not going to show that on stream. Sacrifices must be made. But the other thing is, I don't remember which of these is the normally closed side and which isn't. So we are just going to have to roll the dice. It's going to be 50-50. Yeah, 50% chance that flipping the switch up turns it on, 50% chance flipping the switch down turns it on. Yeah, part of the fun, right? Part of the fun. Brooke is talking about my Zack stories. Oh, right. Stingray Master says, I swear, Brooke, you need your own YouTube video and Discord server to search. You have such good stories. Oh no, Brooke, what have you been telling these impressionable young people? What have you been what lies and slander have you been spreading about yours truly? What spicy tea have you been spilling? All right. So let's desolder this. Oh man, it's really on there. That is really on there. My Guitar Hero obsession has been outed. I am not very good at Guitar Hero or Rock Band. I'm going to be honest. I am rather bad at both games. You know what? Desoldering is desoldering worth the time? I guess it's kind of worth the time. I am going to trim off the other part of the wire though. Oh, I found a Guitar Hero controller on one of our first dates. Is that the story? All right, so let's get this off. Come on, what's the hold up? Aw. All right, this camera isn't playing very nice, so let's switch back over to this one. The macro camera didn't look that good last time, so I switched it over to a backup wide-angle camera. But now I'm kind of kicking myself for that because macro camera would have really come in handy for making this more watchable. Always trying to give you folks the best video watching experience. I came here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of ass. Yeah, let's add some heat shrink to this. I don't need these gloves anymore. Probably doing more harm than good at this point. We'll put on a fresh set if necessary. All right, got a special treat. Self-adhesive heat shrink. Oh yeah. It's heat shrink. Follow me here. It's got glue on the inside of it. It's self-adhesive. So so we can use this to seal up the end of this mesh and hold it in place, and it will never fray or pull out because it's got glue. Got my new heat gun here. Let's get that right. So I'm just gonna hold this in. We're gonna hold this in position. I don't want one position. I want all positions. No, I just want this one position. So we're gonna hold this in place, and let's apply the heat to do the shrink. And what's cool is the heat, it serves double duty. It shrinks the heat shrink, and it melts the glue. It's really ingenious. What? I think this stuff's interesting. Screw you. Let's try to do this without burning myself. The fingers have to be quite close in order to get a good grip on it, so... Yeah? Brooke says, no one wants to hear me talk, and yet you're talking. Imagine that. Curious. I'm just kidding. I love you, Brooke. Thanks for keeping an eye on the thanks for keeping an eye on the petting zoo in the chat. Marie marine heat. This is sometimes called marine heat shrink, although don't take that too seriously. Just because it's got glue on the inside doesn't mean it's watertight. And just because it's watertight doesn't mean it can resist salt water. Remember, doubt everything when it comes to the world of making and electronics and all that stuff. And inexpensive imports from overseas. Doubt everything. It is built to scam. Speaking of scams, someone's trying to pull the old scamola on me over my email. They said they want me to review a new laptop, but it's weird. You'd think that Lenovo would send me emails from a Lenovo email address and not from a finmail.com address. You'd also think that, like, you know, the former president of Motorola would have something better to do with his life than, you know, influencer marketing. The whole thing is mildly sus. Yeah. The Voidling Petting Zoo. Thanks a lot, Valdarg, for reminding me of. We have a tribal name now. Now we're a tribe. Seth Godin is smiling upon me. He's not dead. He's just, you know. I would assume he's living in a blimp or something. I mean, he's Seth Godin. All right, so we're done with this. Yeah. So look at this. Even like. Look how wiggly and wobbly this thing is. Like, even if it worked, it's still, you know, still causes all kinds of problems. It's still not, it doesn't feel good, you know? I like everything to feel good. Alright. We could struggle with trying to hold this in position. Or we could simply bust out a pan of ice. Here we go. Double pull, double throw. Let's see. Cyberdeck Cafe says, I got a legit offer from Toshiba to sponsor the VertCon, and they saw how low our sub count was, and they're like, nah, never mind. Oh, that sucks. I mean, you already got them in the door. You couldn't guilt them. That sucks. What got them so, I mean, like, how did they find you then? Like, 'cause I'm kind of, now I'm curious, like generally it works in the opposite direction, right? Like, I get emails saying, like, you know, we really like your content, and I've never seen anyone say, oh, Talon Sanders, thanks a lot for the $5. Yes, is that the hot air rework gun from Amazon? It sure is. I forgot that the person who contributed this is in the audience. Thank you so much for all the soldering gear. Don't worry, he didn't break the bank. This isn't high end stuff. I don't do that much hot air rework that I need a fancy system. But yes, it is indeed. Thank you so much. All right. The reason I'm tinning these is because these switches are very, very old, and the tabs have become slightly oxidized. So I'm more using the flux to oh. What happened here? So yeah, I'm more using the flux to burn off any of the crappy cruddy crap. I hear Brooke walking around. Oh no, doesn't seem like she's trying to get my attention. Yes, without awesome supporters like you, this show would not come together. No, this would be Voidstar sad. Come on. This is a problem. So what's going on here is that there's so much metal here. There's so much metal in this that the solder is taking a long time to set up. So yeah, I'm gonna use the helping hand to help hold this in place. So that while the solder sets up, it's not shifting around. If you move parts around while a solder joint is setting up, it crystallizes badly and it ends up being very weak. last thing I want to do is to have to bust this thing open again to fix it. So yeah. H4 asks, where did I get the third hand? I want to say SparkFun, I think. It might even have been Micro Center. Yeah, I think it was either SparkFun or Micro Center. Pretty nice, isn't it? It screws onto the Panavice, so I don't have to pick between, Panavice. I knocked over my auxiliary camera. I didn't have to pick between the Panavice and Helping Hands. I don't really. All right, so I like the coolant arms thing. I think that's. Oh, no. I like the coolant arms thing. I think that's pretty sweet. What I don't like is the alligator clips. They don't do a very good job of holding the part precisely. I really wish it was like tweezers, basically, like spring tweezers. Yeah. Could I make that myself? Yeah. I don't even have time to eat breakfast on stream days, let alone make new helping hands. Very nice. Let's take this opportunity to, well, first sip a little Earl Grey, but also talk about today's sponsor, Fangs. You are totally correct, Ian Ross. I do indeed need to update the to-do list. One moment. There we go. Yeah, today's episode is sponsored by Things.com, your place to get all kinds of 3D printable things, and also to host your own things. If you have been putting your 3D models on other websites, may I recommend mixing it up. Things, you use the link in the description. Check it out. You can upload your models in seconds. You can download models in even fewer seconds because there's no ads, there's no delays, there's none of that garbage. You just click on a model, you immediately get a 3D, you can immediately see it in 3D. One other click, and you're now downloading it. There's no 5-second breaks, there's no looking at people's stupid home photography, there's no dealing with obnoxious search engine. Yeah. Stingray Master says, why did you just type 300 strokes to change one thing? Well, that is because the window was selected when I was testing out the number pad. And all those keystrokes that I typed out trying to get the camera thing to work correctly all got typed into the text editor. So I had to get rid of all that. For the to-do list would make a lot of sense. So yeah, thanks a lot to Things for sponsoring this episode. They've been really good to the channel. And yeah, if you're interested in checking them out, hit that link in the description so they know that I sent you. Otherwise, yeah. If you have your own models and you put them up on Things, definitely let me know. I'll pass it on to them, and we'll get it up on. We'll see if we can convince them to get it up on their Twitter or something. So if you end up putting your own models on Things, definitely let me know about it, and I would be delighted to get some attention on it. Yeah. Plus, all of my stuff is on Things. If you want to download anything. Pretty much anything I've made for any episode, it is on the Things, things.com. Yeah. All right. So let's do our last bit of soldering here. There we go. Do our last bit of soldering. Let that set up. Very nice. Ian Ross says, "Can you like the your patron? Is the but what for?" Yeah, Brooke has pointed out that Zack and I met a dolphin once. We did meet a dolphin. Dolphin's name was Bella. It was adorable. During our honeymoon. If you ever get a chance during your honeymoon to swim with dolphins, fellas, take it. It's romantic. Women love that romance stuff. I love the dolphins. Yeah, our Patreon is patreon.com/Zack Freedman. Brooke, if you could be so good as to link the Patreon in a chat, so that anyone who's interested could do so. I don't know why I'm even beeping this out. I don't know what I'm hoping to gain from this. So we want this. I think this is the on direction. So let's mark this. I think with a top. I'm not sure. So yeah, we're gonna label this top ? Arrow Raider says, I won't ever have a honeymoon. Brooke, like, I thought that I would never, I thought I'd never get married. Brooke thought she'd never get married. And yet, here we are, married. Sometimes just haven't met the right person. I know it sounds cliche, but sometimes a cliches are true. Sometimes you just haven't met the right person. Never is a dangerous word. Alright, time to reverse thrust and snap this bad boy back together. Yeah, before we do, let's clean up a little bit. Really important to clean as you go, otherwise, well, it looks sloppy, but also you'll end up with a tool trapped under the project, and it's really awkward because you have to like move the project to like grab the tool. Yeah. So, yes, I'm not diligent. I am just an advanced form of lazy. Let's get these out of here. Okay. So I think we're done with the soldering iron. Let's switch that off. We're done with the solder. Let's put that away. Let's put away our calipers. We're gonna need these, and I'm gonna need definitely gonna need this. One ring to rule them all. Mark Handtrap says, or worse, tool stuck inside the project. Yeah. Raise your hand if you've ever accidentally trapped a tool inside your project, because I certainly have. It's the project equivalent of leaving a surgical sponge inside the patient. And like leaving a surgical sponge inside the patient, it happens more often than anyone wants to admit. Alright, put this over here into my pile of things to clean up, hopefully at some point. Put this back. Okay, excellent. So let's move this front and center. And let's snap it shut. So you probably want to get this guy over here. Alright, we're gonna put our soldering iron back. I think we're done, hopefully done soldering. Jeez Louise, if we have to do any more soldering, I'm gonna... Oh boy, I hope this project should be basically done at this point. It's just, Christ. It's just a matter of cleaning up and putting everything back together. So let's hope. Iman Renka says, I just think I'm never getting married. Feels weird when people say they have a plan of not getting married. Yeah, I don't know. With Brooke and I, it was almost a formality, right? Like at that point, we'd already been going out for like 4 years. Like I think we were still in love. I was fairly sure. I was fairly sure. And at that point, it was almost more of a formality, right? Like, you know, we've been together for so long, we've been living in sin. You know. I don't know. I still wasn't sure when I got married. Rudy Niemeyer, thank you so much for the very generous €16.99. Like you to be the first customer of this pension guy that sells helping hands and accessories. That I suppose that explains the this is the very specific dollar amount. Rudy, link your site or wherever you sell them in the chat. Let's let folks see the premium helping hands experience. And also say something if the link doesn't show up. I know that oftentimes links get jeez Louise. Oftentimes links get blocked by YouTube. Yeah. So let's try to snap this shut and not pinch any wires in there. Oh, wait a second. We've made a huge mistake. We unplugged a ribbon cable and we forgot to put it back. Oh, boy. Welcome to Voidstar Lab, the very, very professional hardware hacking workshop. Welcome to Voidstar Lab, where if it ain't broken, it will be. A little easier the 18th time. Hopefully you don't break any of these off. I don't think we will. This is made of now I'm thinking about it. This is made of polycarbonate, and it's also intended to be opened up and like recalibrated and stuff. Precision devices like this are like, if I were a serious user of a product like this, you're not gonna open it up to do any servicing because it will throw off like calibration and just in general raise all kinds of hell. So it is actually designed to be disassembled repeatedly because it has to be like calibrated and repaired at the factory using their high precision equipment. So yeah, all right. So let's tuck the ribbon cable back into place. This is the most awkward angle. Oh my gosh. People ask me how I build projects, without the camera getting in the way, and the camera gets in the way. Like there's no way around it. Building projects with the camera on is a giant pain in the butt, but it's an unavoidable pain in the butt because I'm not building the projects for myself. I'm building the projects to show off. Sacrifices must be made. Get in there. All right, you know what? This isn't working. This isn't working. We are. Let's see. Maybe. Unfortunately, let's just get rid of that camera. Yeah. Sometimes it's just not possible. Sometimes I have to build the thing without a camera pointed at me. And then I have to basically break it later so that I can rebuild it and get a shot of it. Sometimes it's not practical, especially when I'm not sure how the project is going to come together. In cases like that, like I try to avoid breaking continuity because it makes the project video very hard to follow. So oftentimes I'll build the project, shoot it, and then disassemble it so I can rebuild it, get footage, get close-ups of get close-ups of stuff, all that. This is very overexposed. Hang on one sec. Where's our ISO? Oh, that explains it. Our ISO is set to 5,000. That's nuts. Still a little over. All right, I think that'll work. That's a bit better. Yeah, still working on getting the cameras stuff set up. All right, lots of wires. We just want to make sure none of them get pinched. All right, these are looking good. Let's turn this back around. switch back to our overhead view. You know what? I'm gonna make our overhead view even overheader. I try to avoid adjusting this while it's on. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Alright, so let's snap this all back together. Let's tuck this wire in place. Gotta be very careful. This cable, these cables rip very easily. Takes a little force. Ugh. Scares me. I fear no man, but this project scares me. Alright, we are cocked and locked. So, yeah. So this guy is going to... So this guy is going to go into this here mounting ring thing. We've got this little washer here. Screw goes on top. I'm thinking that we'll make like a shroud that covers all of this. We'll make like a little 3D printed bit that covers all the screws and all that stuff to make it look fancy. And then I'll put it on things. I don't have any reason to put it on things. No one's gonna make this project. No one is gonna make their own version of this project. Yeah, and this. Well, this is gonna go. Oh, is it upside down? I guess it's upside down. All right. Well, I didn't know there was direction to it. Anyways, this is gonna go in here. So hopefully it turns on when we flip it upwards instead of downwards. But honestly, I think either one would be cool. Yeah, so we're going to have to glue this in place, and that's going to mean... Oh, right, you can't see anything I'm doing here. We're going to have to glue this in place, and that means sanding off the paint. And we'll do that off camera. But this is going to be really nice. Yeah, I wish I could have got a gold tone, or like, had the time to electroplate it. But I don't. I don't. All right, so let's replace our tubing. Oh, key switch is done. So you know what that means? Yay! That means it's time to update our to-do list. Yeah, our stream is so jank. Our stream is the jankiest. Engage. Yes. Oh man, like I just know that like Alpha Gaming is just out like buying milk or something, and like he's like, oh, I'm hearing that ring in my ears again. I think some guy made a stream widget with no animations, and he's trying to pass it off as being worthwhile. Alpha Gaming is his YouTuber who like does a lot of like advice videos for new streamers, which I most certainly am. If only all the cameras were pointing at the same place, that would make life so much easier. Yeah, so let's put these tubes in. Yeah, I did all the tubing bending off camera because it was a real pain in the butt. Like, this is definitely the most intricate liquid tubing cooling project that I've ever done in my life. Yeah, one of the tubes is basically a meter long. It's pretty much an entire meter of tubing. Arrow Raider says, on Reddit, people will say they want to move to City X like Denver, and bitter people reply with, we're full, stay out. Yeah. I mean, in New York, no one wants anyone, so I guess we're kind of used to it. I don't know, Brooke grew up here, so, like, we're not... Like, she's not an outsider. She's coming home. You know, meanwhile, I don't know, I like Subarus. I like Kia Souls. I know that the Subaru is supposed to be like the stereotypical Colorado car, but the number of Kia Souls that I see out here is unbelievable. And like a Kia Soul is like one of these subcompact cars, and you really shouldn't see them out here because they're rear-wheel drive. They're horrible in the snow. They weigh like 4 pounds, and yeah, but it's fashion, I guess. People are driving their souls. Alrighty. Okay, so this part's set. I think this is about where we want it. I don't think there's anything else to do here. We're gonna set this aside because we also have to do some repairs on the back half. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so what's going on here is that while I was testing this thing, I think one of the pads got ripped off. So like the LEDs inside here are first off, they're facing the wrong way because before we wanted them facing inwards. So like we get some light coming through, but now they're blocking these. Or before we wanted them near the middle, pointing out, wanted them near the middle, pointing outwards, because these parts here were vents. But now we don't want that. We want the air to flow. We want the air to instead flow through the case to cool the whatchamacallit, the pump. No, the PSU. Yes, to cool the power supply. So I plugged those up with these little clear lens things, but we have to move the tape around inside, and I think I complicated matters by ripping some of it. So yeah, we're gonna remove this part here. Yeah, my tubing wasn't actually. I had a hard time bending the tubing long enough, so I actually had to splice more on there. Man, these Bits Power fittings are really firm. I'm impressed. I thought these things would be garbage because they were like. I thought these fittings would be complete garbo because they were only like I think like $15 for a half dozen or something. Like they're very cheap for fittings. But the quality is actually quite high. I'm impressed. If I were to build another next liquid cooling system I make, I think I'm gonna use more Bits Power parts because I am impressed. We'll see if they leak though. There's always a chance that they'll leak, right? This is a job for an electric screwdriver. Who in the crowd also has like a favorite gizmo that like you can't rationalize it, like it's not strictly better than the alternative, but you just love it. Like a favorite tool or a piece of software or a part, something that's not the best and you know it, but you love it. Yeah. What are the Voidlings' favorite hacking and making guilty pleasures? Mine is definitely electric screwdriver, using the Arduino IDE. I know I should have outgrown it by now, but it's just so easy to use. Yeah, I have a lot. Now that I'm thinking about it, I have a tremendous amount of regrets. Max Steele says, the Apple Watch, is that for anyone who doesn't use it to work out? I think the notifications thing is relevant. I wouldn't sell that short. Being able to see if a notification is worth your time without breaking a conversation, I think is I think that's relevant. I don't like notifications very much. I actually have almost all notifications turned off. I have a few. There are a few set up. I'm not going to tell you which ones though, because then people are going to spam me on them, and I have to turn those off too, and then I'll be completely cut off. Yeah. Well, here's a weird quirk about YouTube, by the way. Like, I'm not sure if folks. I don't think I've never heard anyone talk about this, but it is very relevant to the nature of YouTube discourse. All right, listen to this. When you're so, if you make a YouTube video, right? If you have a YouTube video, there, like, you can get a notification when someone comments on your video. There are actually 3 settings for this. You can turn notifications on, so you get every time someone comments about anything on your YouTube video, you get you get notified, which is, it's impractical. Like I get minimum dozens of comments per day, or you can just straight up turn them off, or you can. I forget the name of the setting, but basically it only will fire a notification if the person who comments has 100,000 subscribers or more. So I'm not sure if you know this, but YouTubers with 100,000 subscribers get the unique ability to ping other YouTubers. Most other YouTubers. Not sure if anyone, like, I've never heard anyone mention this, and it's oddly like, I didn't realize this because I had all the notifications turned off. I didn't realize this, but, like, every once in a while I'll comment on someone else's video, and then I get a whole bunch of comments. I'm like, why? Right? Like, why is this happening? Because this video isn't that new, right? Like, there are thousands of comments in there. But, yeah, because you get priority, like, it prioritizes your comment, not just in the number of upvotes, but also based on how many subscribers the person has, which is kind of odd. So yeah, if there are any YouTubers you want me to piss off, let me know, and I'll spam their notifications. Yeah, it's part of the fun, I guess. I've never heard anyone mention this though, even though I think it's very relevant. I just want to be clear here. I don't things like this make me uncomfortable. I don't think that things like anything that restricts who can talk to who, like, outside of, like, all right, unless you're a total bastard and trying to start trouble, I'm very uncomfortable with anything that restricts your ability to, or prioritizes some people being able to talk to others. That just makes me a little uncomfortable. Oh, I never cleaned up the inside of this because I couldn't get to it because I'm very lazy. So let's pull some of this off. Let's switch back over to the auxiliary camera. This stuff makes me a little uncomfortable sometimes. I am going to be honest. But look, it's the game, and you got to figure out which parts you're going to fight and which parts you're going to play. You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. Know when to count your chips or something. Know when to run. Well, you never count your chips when you're at the table. There's time for counting when the dealing's done. I haven't played poker in ages. I am bad at poker. You'd think it would be different, right? But I'm actually really bad at poker. I get too wrapped up in trying to run all the odds, trying to calculate all the numbers. End up missing obvious stuff. I never pay enough attention to the players. Put too much mind on the cards, not enough on the players. Yeah, that's what I've been told is the secret to being good at poker. Is you're not playing cards. You're playing the other people at the table. All right, here's the problem right here. Tore a pad straight off. That is a real pee on your cornflakes moment. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Yeesh. Oh man, yeah, that is nasty. All right, here's what I'm thinking. We will just let's cut a few more strips of this, and that way we can stick them into these, so we get like the perfect glow effect, right? We stick them the other direction. So we get like that glowing effect coming right out of these triangles. I'll make it look like it's breathing fire or something. It's gonna look sick. Gonna look sick. Yeah. Buddha Fett says that social influence based on status is a problem for me too. I don't like any wuffy situation. I have this browser extension called vidIQ that basically like adds stats and stuff. It sort of like extends YouTube to add more stats and make it easier for me to make business decisions on it. But one of the features that I don't like, that I turned off, is that it shows the number of subscribers that every commenter has. Ooh, burned myself. So for every YouTube comment, it shows the number of subscribers that person has. And that makes me really uncomfortable because like how popular someone is has no bearing on it shouldn't color what they say. Yeah. I do wish there were extensions to like help get you out of a filter bubble. So how does this fit? Is this gonna fit like it's gonna? Yeah, I think we want to replace this strip. Yeah, I wish there were more extensions to help get you out of a filter bubble. Bear with me 1 second. I just have to grab some more LEDs. LED strips. LED strips. I'm going to talk about this a little more in my next video, but did you know that all PC RGB LEDs are neopixels? You know they're all the same thing. They're all neopixels. Always have been. There are actually two kinds. You have the 12 volt. You have the 12 volt LEDs that have the separate red, green, and blue lines. For those, the entire. Oh, I have two copies of the same thing on screen. Why didn't anyone tell me? So we have the 12 volt ones where the entire strip is the same color, and then we have the addressable ones, and all of those, Asus Link, Corsair, NZXT, even the ones that come standard in cases, like they're all just neopixels. They're not like neopixels. They are neopixels. They are literally neopixels. They're WS2812 LEDs, all of them. You can control them all with an Arduino. You don't have to buy expensive case mounting parts. Like, you can just buy neopixels because they're all just neopixels. Yeah, isn't that neat? Yeah. Seraph asked a very, very important question. Why are Teensy's my favorite development boards? The biggest problem I get with them is their price. There are no cheap clones. Honestly, the thing that makes them so good, it's helped out by the fact there are no cheap clones. Because PJRC, because the company that makes them actually makes money on selling them, they have amazing support. Like pretty much any library that gets any amount of use, they by hand port it over. And at the end of the day, that's what I like about it. It works with nearly anything. It's fast as hell, and it's just every part of it is just very polished. Yeah, I think it's just like a whole bunch of little factors. That said, like I'm finding myself using. I think I'm going to end up using more ESP32s. I think friendship with Teensy isn't going to end, but I think we are going to start adding ESP32s to the group. As ESP32s, they're well priced, they're quite powerful, and they support both Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, which is relevant. Yeah, a lot of people. Oh man, you guys can't see anything. I've been messing this up this whole time. So preoccupied with the soldering, forgot to pay attention to the part that matters, making sure that y'all folks are entertained. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, that's part of why I like the Teensy, because it just works. It's easy to use. It's very fast. It works in many circumstances. Remember that my for me, this isn't just from being this isn't a YouTuber thing. This is a prototype developer thing. But my time is far more valuable than my money. You can, like you can always. I'm always in a like even when I wasn't doing videos, and even when I didn't have sponsors and patrons and super chatters and all those other generous people, I still, let me get this. I like folks to be able to see the soldering. When I was building stuff for other people, the faster I finished the project, the more clients I could take, and just in general, the more the more effectively the business ran. So I'm always looking for things that save time, and the Teensy, because it tends to they always work out of the box. They're very easy to get going. They're very powerful, very flexible. They save a lot of time. I can throw them into pretty much any situation, and they're always going to work. So yeah, ESP32 has its own problems. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Teensy also has problems. Main problem with the Teensy is actually that it's not practical to put them to integrate them into your own product. Yeah, it's not practical to integrate them into your own product, because the secret sauce is a chip with a pre-programmed bootloader, and obviously you can't scale that up to production. So the Teensies could never. It's not really practical to bring them into production, except for something small scale, like a keyboard, maybe, that where it's okay to have people solder in a dev board. But oftentimes, that's really the main weakness, is you can't use it to make products. Which, as a product developer, it's relevant, but the design for manufacturing step is kind of its own ball of wax. Typically, if you're doing design for manufacturing properly, nothing more or less of the original of the prototype survives. You're starting literally from square one. You're cutting the project out of fresh cloth. Yeah, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. So folks are asking about the RP2040. RP2040 is a really awkward device. I'm not sure how long it's going to be supported or be on the market. It's definitely not suitable for building products with. You cannot get the chips in large quantities, and on top of that, they need a whole bunch of support electronics. The RP2040, the Raspberry Pi Pico, is very cheap, but that's because it's subsidized. They're losing money on them. Actually buying the chips in real quantities is not particularly cheap. And when I say that, I mean you can get a fairly powerful STM32 or like an MSP 430, etc. You can get those chips for at real quantities like $1. The Raspberry Pi, an RP2040 is expensive. On top of that, the onboard peripherals aren't very impressive. It has the programmable logic units, but it has the programmable logic. But what it doesn't have is doesn't have a lot of analog digital converter. It doesn't have a lot of ADC channels, which is weird. It's been a while since most things have tons of ADC channels now, but it only has 3. It also doesn't have any onboard flash. It's just an awkward and weird device. I don't really. I'm going to be honest. I don't really understand it. I don't understand why they made it. I don't get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's a great part. Especially the Pi Pico itself. That's an unbelievable value for the price. But yeah, I mean, on top, price isn't everything. I guess the way I see it, building projects is really expensive, right? And in the grand scale of building a single project, right? There is a tremendous difference between a $5 processor and a $20 processor. I think my average project that I built before YouTube, right? My average hobby project. I think I probably spent $300 to $500 on each project, and yeah. The other problem with the Teensy, all right, the one that I think is serious. The reason why I've been using fewer of them in my projects for YouTube is because they're not available in a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries where they just don't distribute. Yeah, and that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable for YouTube, because for YouTube, it's critical that as many people as possible are able to make the projects, because otherwise that is unfair and exclusionary. And I want all of your money. Some folks were asking about the streaming setup. I should really make a video on that. Maybe I'll make a Patreon. Maybe I'll make a Patreon video for that. I use OBS, regular vanilla OBS. Yeah. So yeah, I use OBS. The face cam, the auxiliary cam, the overhead cam are all Logitech 922s. No, they're not the 4K one. That is intentional. Logitech's 4K cameras are actually kind of crappy. These ones have better picture quality and they focus faster, and on top of that, there's no, like, you don't need 4K for a stream. Like, you don't need 4K for a stream. Like, we're not mixing it. Like, we don't need cropping room. Anyways, this camera is the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema. Yeah, this is the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 4K, the very same one that we use to film our episodes. I've got that kind of set up at an angle. I don't like it as much for streaming. It's not really designed for it, right? Let's see. And for the 3D printer cams, one of them has a no-name Amazon printer, or no-name Amazon camera that I got for free in one of these review scams. Believe it or not, they did. Yeah, they gave me the camera. It was one of these ones that advertised on Instagram, so I figured it was fairly trustworthy. The scam is that they're buying reviews. Basically, they give you the product. They don't give. Here's the scam. They send you some money. You buy the product yourself. Then they send you the rest of the money. And the idea is that they're buying reviews on Amazon. Which is against their terms of service. It's not against I believe it's not against their terms of service to be sold a review. Like, it's only the seller that gets in trouble. But if not, this is all a story. I'm making it all up. Anyways, they gave me a webcam and some face masks. Webcam was bad. The face masks were worse. I didn't end up reviewing them because I'm very, very, very profoundly lazy. I think I need to put a little solder on these bad boys. Anyways, I got that pointed at the Squire of Squirt. Sultan of Squirt has a Logitech C920. And I think that's everything. I have some odds and ends. Did I miss another super chat? I did not miss a super chat. Got some people chatting in the Voidstar Discord, but I can't keep an eye on that while I'm streaming. So you're going to have to come here. Those are the cameras I can think of. I use OBS itself to do... Oh, the mic, of course. The main mic is a Zoom H4. It's actually a voice recorder that I've got running as an audio interface because it has a really nice omnidirectional mic that captures my voice wherever I am in the studio/workshop. I use that same voice recorder to film our episodes, although I wear a lapel mic. I can't wear the lapel mic for streams because the cord isn't long enough. I'd be dragging it around and knocking stuff off, and it would get pulled out of place, and yeah, it would just suck. At some point I'll get like a headset. At some point I'll get like a headset mic. Wireless. Like a wireless, the type you see like a musician use on stage, or like a game show host use nowadays. But they are very, very expensive. So that is a future project. Yeah, that's a setup. I soldered these in the wrong order. Yeah. So that's the. Pardon my. I just realized my cuticles are not in great shape. Yeah, that's the current setup. It does need some more work. I want to switch. I want to switch from OBS to Streamlabs OBS because that has a lot of built-in animated and audio widgets. Problem is, we did our first stream using Streamlabs OBS, and it ended the stream as soon as it started. That's why the first stream had so many problems, because Streamlabs OBS kept crapping out. So I don't trust that. I don't want to use it anymore. But we've got to figure out a solution, because I've got to have those animations playing when people subscribe. Got to have those animations when people subscribe or super chat or you know, give a donation, because we can't go on to Twitch without that. And putting all my eggs in the YouTube basket is very, very dangerous. So at some point we're gonna be simulcasting to both YouTube and Twitch, and then we are going to be hopefully, this is far in the future. We're talking 6-12 months in the future. We will we'll be going to all Twitch, because that way, if YouTube screws me, or you know, I get you know, someone you know, does a copy strike attack on me, or you know, someone misconstrues something I say and gets me canceled, I have a fallback. Yep. YouTube, look, YouTube has been great to me, but it's not trustworthy. All right, so this should be better. We got into out, or out to in, out to in, out to in. Excellent. Let's fire up the hot glue gun, and let's hot snot this bad boy into its new forever home. Done with this. I wonder if there's a fancy hot glue gun. I never even thought of that. Like, you get a fancy soldering iron. Can you get a fancy hot glue gun? H4 asks, can I block the focus of these cameras? Sort of. Which camera? I want this one. Actually, we're gonna move this over here. Sort of, but remember that I'm moving things around often, so I would constantly have to reopen camera settings, unlock the focus, move it back, lock the focus. It might be possible for me to set up scripts for all of this. Like, I might be able to automate that using scripts, so I can press buttons to refocus and lock. But no, this is definitely going the right way. I triple checked here. Into, out, into, out, into, out. I'm very careful. I could write a script to do that, but again, that's time I don't have. So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to deal with funky focus. Mickey Mars says, if YouTube could fix the moderation teams and the auto-reporting, that would be nice. Chances are it's not going to happen. Auto-reporting has actually changed substantially. At one point, you could knock something... At one point, something could be knocked offline by getting a lot of negative reviews, or getting a lot of, you know, getting a lot of angry comments, a lot of reports, a lot of downvotes. But as far as I can tell, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen anymore. They, if something gets report bombed... If something gets report bombed, I think my headcanon is that they will assign someone... my headcanon, yeah. I think that if something gets reported a lot, YouTube will do an automated check and maybe assign some people to see if the content could be bad. Because it's pretty rare to see something get knocked offline immediately. There are some channels that are on a permanent blacklist, as far as I can tell. Like, Thunderfoot's the most notorious because he's so loud about it. Like, I'm pretty sure that every time Thunderfoot uploads a video, it goes straight to a live moderation team to verify it. YouTube has actually gotten a lot better with this. As much as I hate giving YouTube credit, they really have pulled their act together, and you see a lot fewer sketchy reports. Like, don't get me wrong, people, like, you can still get banned, you can still get a video reported very quickly and, you know, demonetized very aggressively. But it's a lot rarer that videos that aren't... It's a lot rarer that successful report bombs and report brigades are launched on videos that don't actually violate anything. So something has clearly changed. On top of that, I've never gotten any of my stuff reported, which I think is a sign that they have made it a lot more lenient. Why would my stuff get reported? Well, because I make annoying jokes. Like, I am the type of channel that tends to get reported because people just don't like don't like me. It's part of the. I'm not saying that disparagingly. I mean, I make puns, right? Like, I make puns, I make bad jokes, and there are a lot of folks who find that type of humor very offensive. And I kind of expected to be reported more often. And I'm not pulling this out of my butt. Like there are plenty of channels that rely on similar humor. I have heard get bombed a lot. EV Blog too. EV Blog had this happen to him a couple times. Part of the fun. Beefing it asked, am I going to make the 5 o'clock deadline? Probably not. Just being realistic. You gotta work with the time you have. But this is the last step of this is the last hard part. After this is just reassembly. So I don't know. It's going to be a nail biter, but might have to ask the wife to recruit one of our Discord mods so that we can go into overtime. I probably won't, though. I also know that there's a limited amount of time that you folks are interested in watching. So we'll do our best. At the end of the day, it's all we can. It's the best we can promise. Yeah, so I'm just gluing these into place. Buddha Fett says there's a lot of sensitive folks. We'll say that kindly. There are a lot of sensitive people, but the important part to remember is that there are a lot more insensitive people. Like, I want to be very clear here. On the whole, the fact that people are paying closer attention to not being assholes is a good thing. For every person who's for every person who's a whiny snowflake, there are 10 people who just like being mean, because being mean and being a bully is fun. I'm not saying that because I like it. I'm saying that because humanity likes it. It's part of the human condition. Humans love bullying. So for every person who is overly sensitive, there are dozens and dozens who should be more sensitive. Yeah, there's your Zack Freedman hot take. That's not political, right? Like, Brooke, I can talk about that. Yeah, I think so. Loge Blask Nielsen asks the big question. I hope I don't get demonetized for answering this. What's the most cyberpunk guitar body style? It's obviously the keytar. This is a trick question. It's obviously the keytar. If that's not cyberpunk enough for you, the mechanical keytar. Yeah. If it has to be an instrument, maybe a Flying V. Just because it shows up in so many, it shows up in so much media. But no, it's got to be a keytar, 100%. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, the most cyberpunk, another good cyberpunk guitar would be one of those things that's like just the neck, right? Like, it's just the fretboard and just the fretboard and some pickups with like a skeletal 3D printed carbon fiber silhouette of a wireframe of a body. Like, that's pretty friggin' cyberpunk. That's pretty cyberpunk. Oh man, so nice. The kazookalele. That's the modern era. We do not live in cyberpunk right now. Oh man, best way to trigger me is by mentioning a ukulele. I hate ukuleles. I hate them. I hate them. There's only one time, one situation where it's okay to play a ukulele. And that situation doesn't exist anymore, right? There's only one time where it's cool to play a ukulele. And that is when you're a 1,000-pound Hawaiian man. When you're a 1,000-pound Hawaiian man, you can play all the ukulele you want. But otherwise, like, you can play a full-size acoustic, you stupid idiot. If you're a 1,000-pound Hawaiian guy, knock yourself out. You'll go down in history. But otherwise, yeah, can it. I don't want to hear your stupid lack of sustain because your strings are 2 inches long and like your sounding box can't store any waves. It's baloney. That's baloney. Okay, where was I? Right, we have to reassemble this thing. Ripperoni and pepperoni, Tito. Ripping a lot of pepperoni. All right, so let's reassemble this thing. This is awfully large and clunky, isn't it? A little bit impractical, if I may say so myself. Let's see. I keep tabbing over because I keep thinking Brooke is sending me a Discord message because I missed something. All right, back into the tank. Back into the tank. Let's build. Let's assemble. Let us make. Let's indulge the joy of making. Actually, we're going to take a minor detour here because I just realized that it'll be easier to reassemble this thing if I countersink these screws. I don't really have a countersink bit, so actually I don't really have any bits that could do a good job of countersinking at all. But let's give this one a shot. Yeah, so basically I'm going to partially drill out this hole. Yeah, partially drill this hole with just the very edge of the bit, so that it sort of makes it into a cone shape, so the head of the screw can fit more deeply into it. Just one sec. Don't want to go all the way through. Just want to take a bit out. All right. Let's see. All right. Ah, I tipped my camera over. All right, good. This will make it easier to put the thing back together. Because let us keep the screws from rubbing as much against the ESD plating. Let's get some of these chips out of here. Beautiful, wonderful. All right. Now, let's get back to our regularly scheduled reassembly. So, now I have Somewhere Over the Rainbow stuck in my head. It's such a chill song. If you haven't heard, what the hell's the guy's name? I can't remember Hawaiian people's names. I'm so culturally insensitive. Yeah, anyways, great song. So chill. I want to go to Hawaii. Brooke, let's go to Hawaii. I want to have some Spam. Hawaiians are into Spam. It has cultural significance. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, you can't see it. Look how close that screw is getting in there. Ah. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Brooke says Mel is going, our friend Mel is going, Israel, that's the guy's name. Yeah, if you haven't heard his cover of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, you have to. You have to. I swear, it could cure cancer. It's so positive. Oh, wholesome AF. Our friend Mel is going. Her parents are in Hawaii, so she's going back soonish. That'd be really rad. Yeah, I want to go to Hawaii. It's friggin' beautiful, and the food. Oh my god, I want to try some of that Hawaiian barbecue. Like, I consider myself a bit of a barbecue snob. I've had a lot of barbecue, but I've never had Hawaiian, like, roast an entire pig under a bunch of banana leaves barbecue. Ah, that'd be so good. Yeah, that's all I want to do when I'm on vacation, is eat. What else is there to do on vacation? See things? Get out of here. You can see things on the internet. You can't eat things on the internet. Alright. I think it's time to build. I think it's time to reassemble it. Yeah. Let's do this. Move this guy out of here. We're done with that for now. Alright. So, before, I had to basically wire everything up front and back, get it all right, and then build the thing up without any without any ability to reach in and adjust anything afterwards. But this time, well, I wasn't working on 3 weeks of sleep deprivation. So I realized that I can just cut the back of it out, right, with the window, make the window a separate detachable piece, so we can do all our installation through there. So yeah, so all we have to do is make sure that all the pieces are in the right locations to reassemble. Like just to make sure that all the wires are out of the way, and all that. Yeah. You know what? Let's do a little cable management while we're in here, because this looks kind of sloppy. Let's manage a few cables. Zip these together. Last thing I need is people criticizing the cable management of my oscilloscope. And they will. Oh my. Nothing triggers commenters. Actually, this isn't totally accurate. I was going to say nothing triggers commenters quite like poor cable management, but that's not true. The thing that really triggers the commenters, I feel like I've ranted about this fairly often, is stringy prints. People hate to see any sort of imperfection on my 3D prints. And I have never at any point put an iota of effort into trying to make my prints look better. Like, I want the project done as fast as possible. And if that means, if I have time to print benchmarks and do calibration and stuff to try to improve, reduce stringing and improve my the quality of my walls, I'd rather spend that having a beer, playing a game, unwinding, getting a jump on the next episode, and that really seems to give a lot of people some trouble. Yes, we have a lot of zip ties. Zip ties are indeed the best friend. They are indeed the best friend of the of all makers. Colin Hames says, biggest triggers: unsightly cables, stringy prints, or hardcore racism. Overall, cables on my channel, stringy prints. Yeah, I think being triggered by racism is a niche thing nowadays. I think most people either it's some common. I think it's most people don't care. I don't think most people really care that much. I don't think being conscientious and stuff like that has really gone mainstream. at this point, at this juncture. All right, we're gonna tie the rest of these up afterwards. Yeah, I hate to say it, but like, I mean, social justice has existed for like 50 years at this point. Like, that's not long enough for any sort of cultural change. But whatever. That's the Zack Freedman hot take. I think it's worth doing. Don't get me wrong. I think it is. I think making sure that each person gets access to the full human experience and gets to be treated like a real person. I think it's all important. It's a fight. It's a fight worth taking, especially because I'm Jewish and like I got plenty of skin in this game. Part of why we're so aggressive about this stuff on the Discord, because we want every person of any background to feel comfortable coming in and making stuff, talking about the stuff they've made. Yep, that's not political. If being nice to people is political, then I'm gonna run for Congress. This is looking pretty solid. It's looking pretty sound, if I may say so myself. Doesn't look like anything's jamming up the works too much. Yeah, seems pretty alright. What happened? Here's a question. What happened to the friggin' screws? Here they go. All right, I am going to. I usually don't recommend screwing something together this. Oh, right, and of course, I can't forget about Cyborg rights. Thanks a lot for reminding me, Cyborg Cafe. Yeah, Cyborg rights. It's a real thing. Like a person's ability to augment their own body, their own fully functional body, is like a real issue. It's all. I mean, I think we have bigger fish to fry nowadays. But you know, when I was coming of age, that was something that I took really seriously. Oh crap! I haven't shilled in ages. Speaking of important things to do in the modern era, today's episode is sponsored by Things. Yeah, you gotta head to things.com to download all kinds of printable and editable STL files. It's not just printable files. I was corrected. Yeah, I was recently corrected. They have plenty of like, you know, SolidWorks files, OBJ files. Files that you can, like 3D models that you can get into Unity, all kinds of 3D stuff. It's all on things.com. You gotta use the link in the description so they know that I sent you, so I look cool. Yeah. Also, it's really easy to put your own models up on Things. If you do, let me know. I'll pass it on to them, and we'll get some of them featured in like their email newsletters and their Twitter, because they're cool like that. Close. I don't think we're getting caught in any wires. What's going on here? Why isn't this going in all the way on this side? It's fine up here. Where's the problem? Did we put too much tape? Did we put too much tape here? Is that what's going on? No, there's plenty of room. What the heck? Anyways, yeah, use the link in the description, and you can download pretty much all the stuff I make for this channel, and check a lot of other people's projects. Pretty much anything 3D printed featured in one of my episodes is up on there. So use that link, check that out, upload your own models, and let me know. Why? What's going on here? This isn't closing up. The assembly goblins have indeed started their shenanigans, Mickey. I could possibly engage some percussive maintenance. Is there a cable or something that could be stuck here? Let's see. Doesn't look like it. Oh, there we go. sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you just have to attack the problem from a different angle. I can be very literal sometimes. Oh, come on. Did I cross-thread this? Oh, there we go. And now it's fixed. Yeah, you get to see my hair. All right. All right. Cool. Ah. Yes, my hair. I do. Lodge Blask Nielsen asked, do I have an Instagram account? I do have an Instagram. It's Instagram.com/Zack Freedman. I tend to use my real name on everything because I'm privileged like that. Yeah, Instagram.com/Zack Freedman. I try to post there as often as I can. I don't always have time to do it right. As much as I'd love to post every day, there's just a lot going on, and I don't always have something new to post every day. I'm not one of those lifestyle people, which is to say we don't eat out very often, so that really cuts down the pool of possible content. But yes, I do have an Instagram. It's Instagram.com/Zack Freedman, and I do put a lot of projects and work in progress stuff in there. It's pretty cool, and I remember to do it. Let's tuck. So I gotta tuck these cables out of the way so I don't get yelled at by people on the internet. Let's tuck this in here. It's fine if cables end up in around the radiator. It doesn't need all this cooling power. Not even close. Let's see. This can live in here. So I'm just tucking. Trying to tuck all my cables roughly out of the way. Once we have a better idea where they're all going to go, we can do it for real. Let's see. Okay, so this guy is going to go. So this power connector is going to go here. I have a bunch of regulators and stuff set up to produce all the. There is a 5-volt rail on this, but it's linked to a lot of subsystems. It's linked to a lot of parts of the scope. So I don't want to draw too much power from it and put too much noise on it, because I don't know how much overhead I actually have. Normally I am a lot more cavalier about stuff like that, but I only have a single oscilloscope. And if I break it, then game over. So I have to be far more careful and cautious than usual. Alright, so this here, we want to pull this out. I don't think we can. I guess we could try to power all this off it. I don't think it's a smart idea. I don't think it's a smart idea to try to power all this. I think we'll just rig up a wall wart. Come on, try to fit this little adapter, little JST connector down there. Let's move the Raspberry Pi out of the way. I am so glad I put this on Velcro, or dual lock. It's like industrial Velcro. Instead of hooks and loops, it's got hooks and more hooks. I'm not going to use that for now. We're definitely going to use this. Tuck this out of the way. This is getting a little overloaded here. Whole lot of cables crammed up in here. All right, gonna tuck some cables out of the way. Very nice. Nice. All right. Next thing to, I don't really like the way this is settling. So let's put this over here. All right. Next thing to do is we're gonna reinstall the rest of our tubing, and then we're gonna put some juice in here. All right. Let us tube. down. Brooke says she should learn more about my tools so she can answer these questions. Well, a lot of them are in the FAQ of... a lot of them are in the FAQ on the Discord. So if you are a member of our Discord, you can check out the FAQ channel. A lot of the questions there are just common things people ask about my tools and various setups. Right, let's see. So we have to. This is kind of awkward because we have to kind of snake the. It's kind of awkward because we have to kind of snake this tube into this shield, basically into this enclosure with the Raspberry Pi in it. It's kind of ox. Oh, we lost an O-ring. Oh boy. Oh my. We have lost an O-ring. I hope I have a replacement. I don't think... let's see. I hope I have a replacement O-ring, or we are going to be in a heap of trouble. Let's see, where are parts? I think this is close. Not perfect. But, yeah, I think that's about what we want. This is why you have to save everything and never throw anything out ever, because it might be useful at some day in the future. Don't really do that. Be ruthless about throwing unnecessary things out. You don't take control of your stuff will own you. It's deep. Alright, so this is going to go here. This is going to go here. I think I need to actually cut a bit of length off of this tube. Yeah, I think this tube is a little long on this side. So, let's grab our, oh, sorry for the kick, our tubing cutter, and let's give this thing a little, take a little off the top. There we go. All right, let's just do another test fit. I think this is about where we want it. All right, so let's get this in. Come on. And then we have our O-ring still in there. We sure do. So let's get this in here. This has a very tight fit. Really have to give it some elbow grease. I think this, yeah, that looks pretty. Those look pretty parallel, don't they? This is looking pretty nice, huh? Looking pretty nice. All right, let's screw this in. We've been screwing these in, right? Yeah, like all these. Yeah, this is tight. Excellent. Good. Good. Yes, that's why. I mean, look, that's what this channel is here for, right? Like that's my mission statement. Get you to finish more projects. Projects are meant to be finished. Anything started. Starting a project is, don't get me wrong. It's fun to start projects. It's fun to dive into something new. But compared to the feeling of finishing a project, it's nothing. It's nothing. If it's been a few months since you finished a project, you owe it to yourself to just tie something up and remind yourself how good it feels. How good it is to finish up a project. All right, so we got this plate here. Yes, the Raspberry Pi also has a window. I couldn't like play favorites with who gets a window and who doesn't. Like come on. That's just not nice. Let's see. We have a smaller screwdriver bit. Ah! I'm always on the cusp of falling over. Here we go. Yep. Gotta finish those projects. If you gain nothing else from watching any of my videos or my streams, take that away. And you can do it. Anyone can finish a project. Like, if you tell yourself, like, oh, I'm just not good at that, I just don't finish stuff. Well, stop telling yourself that. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, get some stuff done. Trust me. Makes you feel good. Alright, here's a question for the chat. What's your favorite part that you have lying around that, like, you've just been saving for the right project? That like, maybe something that's like too esoteric, too rare, or too valuable to just throw away. But like, you're not sure if you're ever going to actually have a chance to use it in a project. Which part is that? The cusp. That's right. I think this should go about here. Yeah. Let's try to keep my hair out of the shot. DaVinci77 asks, any chance I can do my school internship at your place? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, we are not currently looking for any help. No one can help me. H4 says, I have a really big tilt sensor with a lot of mercury in it. Still thinking of a project where I could use it, make it visible, don't break it. Oh, I'd love myself a mercury tilt switch. A lot of thermostats still have them. Yeah, because that's how they work. They have a spring made of heat-sensing metal, and the spring coils and uncoils depending on what temperature it is. And when you set the thermostat, what you're actually doing is you're tilting that tilt switch a little, so the coil needs to unwind or wind less to trigger it. Isn't that neat? Yeah, isn't that spiffy? Okay, so I think we're about there. Fittings are all tight. We're gonna want to take that off. All right, the fittings are all tight. Yeah, let's clean up, and then let's make our fluid and fill her on up. Actually, there's a couple more things to connect here. We've got our NeoPixels on the front panel. That's one of the boards that Dan Bogdanoff made. By the way, Keysight, Dan Bogdanoff and the rest of Keysight is, well, at least the part of Keysight he's in is here in Colorado. They're in Colorado Springs. It's not terribly close, but it's not very far either. So, yeah, I'd like to. So, like, you know, as more and more people get vaccinated and it gets safer and safer to engage in such frivolities, it'd be really neat to go say hi and show him this monstrosity in person. Yeah. I mean, after all, like, this is their project. I'm just hanging on to it, I think. What else you folks have lying around? Mickey Marr says, I have an ancient tube amp that no longer works, but the tubes are in great shape. I have no idea what I'm going to do with them yet. A lot of people will buy tubes. You might be able to sell them. Tubes look cool. There aren't really a lot of practical uses. Like, there aren't a lot of practical reasons to use a tube instead of, like, transistors, but they do look really cool. They look really sick. I love them. Let's see. So let's look for one more. I order stuff after I make the Chad model, so I always have not enough stuff. My rule of thumb is whenever I get parts for a project, the rule is I call it 2 or 20. You either get 2 extras or 20% more, whichever is greater. No matter what goes into any of my projects, I always get 2 extras or 20%, unless the part is extremely rare and I have to build, like, in which case I'm going to try to avoid building the project at all. But yeah, pretty much everything. The displays in the Singularitron. I tried to get 3 Pi 400s for the Cyber deck. I got three of those displays. Yeah, you always got to get 2 more or 20%, whichever is greater. That I found makes sure that I almost always have enough spares to actually make 2. Sometimes like I'll just take the extras and use them to make a second copy, and then that's why I get 2 or 20%, because even if things go wrong with that one, I still have backups. Yeah. That's my so that's my rule. 2 extra or 20% extra. All right. So I think this is about right. I'm just gonna tilt this thing over and use a screwdriver to make sure that the bung at the bottom, the bung hole is sealed. I don't want a leaky bung hole. Come on. Oh, yep, that seems alright. Nobody likes a leaky bung hole. Stingray Master says, Zach, you need to give away all your spare parts you don't like or will use ever again. I do. I give them away at I totally do. Before I left, so in the episode where I made the parts rainbow, I gave away a ton of my extra parts to the Fab Lab, and then before I left, I gave away even more of them. Every once in a while, I'll do a big cleanup and donate the parts to a group that could use them. Right now, I don't really have a group like that could do stuff like that. So, but yeah, at some point. All right, I think this is about it. I think we're gonna set this one. So one of these we're gonna convert to a. We're going to convert to something that can plug this into the wall. But at least for now... Cyberdeck Cafe says Zach needs a Snickers. I mean, I wouldn't say no. If a Snickers were to appear, I mean, I would eat it. I wouldn't really eat it. I learned my lesson on the previous stream. I took like 2 bites of... I think I had like cereal or trail mix or something. I took like 2 bites of it and immediately lost like a third of the viewers. People absolutely hate eating. They hate seeing people. They hate hearing people. I think it's hearing. I don't think it's seeing people eat. I think they hate hearing people eat. But I've learned my lesson. No more food on the stream. I think beverages seem to be all right because I'm not much of a slurper. Oh, you know what I need? I need a Snickles. Go on right now. You, right there. I know you're listening. Go back to your web browser, open up Google Images, and search for Snickles. It really satisfies. Yeah, search for Snickles. Trust me, you won't regret it. All right, let's juice up. Here's what we got. We got some green juice. We got some blue juice. We get some dye that'll make the juice fluorescent yellow. I know neither of them really work with the color scheme. Oh, hey, people are looking it up. Awesome. Yeah, Snickles. It really satisfies. No regrets. Yes, you'll never be able to unsee that. That will stay with you until the day you die. On your deathbed, you're going to be surrounded by your friends and family, and you're going to want to think about them. You're going to want to reminisce about the times you had together, but you won't. You're going to be thinking about stuffing a Snickers into a pickle. That's right. I've doomed you. You've been condemned. Anyways, what do we want to do? Do we want green? Do we want blue? Do we want to mix? Do we want to add some yellow? Maybe make like a yellowish blue, yellowish green. Any preferences here? Anything? Bueller. Decide amongst yourselves. I'll be back in 1 sec. I have to empty out this wash bottle. Yeet! All right, I'm back. Looks like folks want green, blue, green, green, blue, green. Oh, this is about even. I'm thinking that I think we'll start with pure green, because I think it will coordinate best with the copper colors and the brass. It'll look best with the exposed circuit boards. So I think we're going to start with all green, and then we'll add more to it. Ooh, Mickey Moore with the clutch. Don't forget the paper towels. You know what? We're not even gonna tear some off. I'm just grabbing the entire roll. Yep, we're just going all the way, grabbing the whole roll. Tear one off and keep it handy. Yes, spills are expected. We are very likely to have some spills. Spills and thrills. All right. Oh, this is the fun part. What if I just friggin' spilled this everywhere? Just accident slipped out of my hand and poured right into the oscilloscope and just ruined everything. Wouldn't that be great? All right, let's. I always feel like a scientist when I'm pouring liquid from one container to another. Oh, look at that. This is the exact color of Nickelodeon. Like, if I could sum up Nickelodeon in two colors, this would be one of them. The other would be orange. That'd be orange. Alexander Berger says, a snickle also means a gentleman's sausage. Oh my. How scandalous. We've been demonetized in where? What language? What language is that? Where have we been demonetized? Yes, this is the exact color of a Snickles. Oh yeah, this stuff will stain like crazy. Our carpet, from the megalith exploding, our carpet's trashed. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, look at that. I just realized this isn't coming out very quickly. This is going to take a few minutes. Yeah, let's use this time to. We could shield, but no. Yeah, this is slime green. Nope. Let's take an eye at the comments. Let's take a look here. SA, because they don't celebrate the current month. South America, South Africa, South Africa. Get the camera on the main part. Which one's the main part? Talk about things. Oh yeah, that's a nice flow. Look at that. Look at that. That color is that's like borderline radioactive looking. That looks terrifying. This is Sneakers. Yeah. All right. Yeah. What is this chat's continuing obsession with pickles? Conversation always seems to end up pickle related. I don't really understand it. Oh, we're gonna have to put the knobs back on. Oh, right. This Friday, we are giving away a laser engraver. We're assembling and testing out one of these inexpensive laser engravers, and we're going to be giving one of those away. It's pretty sick. It was a nightmare to get through customs. I'm not sure if it'll be able to cut. Hopefully, it can cut some thin acrylic. But at the very least, it'll definitely open up the possibilities. Yeah. So that's what we're doing on Friday. We're going to be giving one of those away to a lucky viewer. That's shipping from America. You will enter by clicking a link that's only available during the stream, so you actually have to watch it. But anyone can enter, and yeah, it's open to anyone. Yeah, anyone can enter. Although I would recommend that you might have a hard time winning it. If you might have a hard time actually receiving it if you're outside America, because shipping lasers internationally causes all kinds of problems. All right. Okay. Here we go. The time has come. Let's do this. Let's engage the shmoo. So we're gonna have to do this in a few. We have to do this in a few passes, because there's this thing is huge. It holds a ton of fluid. But let's do this. We have to make sure that the level in the tank never drops all the way.
because if the pump runs dry, it'll take damage. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Also, if you notice any spilling, make sure you let me know. Lasers, lasers are really tightly controlled, and I don't really understand why it's lasers in particular. Like volatile chemicals, they're hard, but not as hard as lasers. Like, I don't know, there's all kinds of crazy stuff. The pickle scope, that's right. The snickle scope. It really satisfies. Snickle scope. Man, we've really triggered Mr. Nielsen here about taking care of brass. Finn asks, why does it hurt the pump to run dry? Because it doesn't have any lubricant. It doesn't have any lubricant. If there were any sort of grease or oil or, like solid lubricant, it would get mixed in with the fluid flowing over and through the paddle, the impeller. So instead, it's sort of free floating there, and it needs to have water on it. On top of that, it won't spin properly unless it has some pressure on it. It's called priming. And that can damage the coils. Yeah. So in this case, the fluid itself is the fluid is a lubricant. On top of that, the pump also heats up, and this cools the pump as well. So yeah. So let's do this. Send more juice. Oh man, this looks radioactive. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to start adding in some blue here. I don't want to cut this with too much water because we want to make sure it stays antimicrobial. This shouldn't leak. Yeah, this shouldn't leak. Everything here has been tested. Everything has been tested pretty extensively, and this stuff is also very bright. I'm not worried about it dribbling, right? Like when I say I'm worried about this leaking, I mean like a drop at a time. I don't think this is going to start streaming. Yeah, Practical Engineering is an excellent YouTube channel. Error Raider was correct in pointing them out. They make some excellent videos about hydrodynamics, specifically how pumps work. Looks like we're going to have to add a little blue in here after all. And yeah, those videos are excellent. Strongly recommend checking those out. Smells kind of appetizing. I'm not gonna lie. It smells kind of juicy. What if this wasn't actually coolant? Like what if this was some Gatorade I mixed up a while ago? And there was just a mix up. Let's change the angle here. Let's get a better view on the situation so folks can see what's going on. So we can see the juices flowing. I'm so happy. I'm so happy it's all coming together. Even if it breaks, like even if this thing comes apart now, like at least it looks like it works. All right. So yeah, we have to mix in a little blue. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. Yeah. Oh man, the lookup table. This. All right. So this camera, the Blackmagic 4K shoots in RAW, and that means that the footage that comes out of the camera isn't ready for humans to look at it. Basically, like the footage comes out of the camera with the correct brightness, but not the correct color. So you pass the images through a lookup table, and lookup table sort of like maps which parts. Sort of like it maps like what color coming off the sensor corresponds to what color in real life. And this particular lookup table does an excellent job of rendering fluorescent yellow and fluorescent green, which is really hard. All right, let's send some more coolant. Send it. All right, it looks like we've mostly filled the system. So yeah. Looks like we mostly filled the system, so now we're going to run it to give all the bubbles a chance to make their way out. If we notice any leaks, we'll slow everything down. Yeah, if we notice any leaks, we'll shut the system off and we'll tighten those up. I don't believe we're gonna see any though. Like these, yeah. So this radiator right here is enormous. This is a colossal radiator that stores a ton of air. So bubbles are gonna be farting around this thing for friggin' ages. I don't want to actually switch this thing on and start it running until most of those bubbles are gone. Because the bubbles prevent coolant from hitting the water blocks, and they just keep the coolant from working. All right, so we're not going to fill this thing 100%. Ooh, oh my, dripping everywhere. So we're not going to fill this thing 100% because we don't know. No, like we might get some bubbles coming up. I am going to leave it open though. Got to give those bubbles a place to escape. We don't want pressure building up. Yep, we got some bubbles. Some bubbles. Yeah, but check this out. Doesn't this look sick? Doesn't this look rad? This looks awesome. Hang on a second. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pick up the camera, and we're gonna get a look at the whole thing. Look at that. Doesn't that look sick? Come on. Come on. If you're only listening to this stream, like, now is the time to tab back over. Because just, oh, look how nice that looks. Ah. This was not an easy liquid cooling project, let me tell you. There's a lot of stuff to bend. This is a lot harder than my computer. Also, while you're at it, check this out. The pump and fan together are drawing almost 2 amps. So those are going to have to get their own power. But, oh yeah, look, you can see the bubbles. See the bubbles going through? So check this out. Keep an eye on this tube and this tube. This is the outlet for the radiator, and this is the intake. And notice, focus please, how all the bubbles are coming out of the outlet, but none of them are going in through the intake. And that's why I can say with certainty that all of the air is trapped inside here. Actually, we can use a very... we can use a very advanced and complex technique to accelerate how quickly the air is forced out of the system. Here, let me show you how we do this. There we go. It's a very advanced and delicate technique. You really need years of practice to do it properly. You know, don't attempt this at home without adult supervision. Also, make sure that you don't have any test leads or anything for you to trap underneath. Yeah, look, the reason I pointed this camera at the tank is look how much lower the level of fluid is. As the air gets displaced, it's going to suck more in there. No, we're not going to cap the res... No, Matt, we're not going to cap the res port. We need to let the air out. We're not turning it upside down. Let's top up. We're flipping it upside down. It's fine. Please cap the reservoir. It's stressing me out. We gotta let the air go somewhere. Otherwise, pressure will build up. All right. Tell you what. I'll put a cap on it, but we're not going to tighten it. Yeah, we're not going to tighten it yet. Because we need to allow the air to escape. Okay, let's put a knurled one on. There we go. I'm just gonna leave this I'll leave this loose. Yes, the top tubes do need support brackets. You're completely correct. If we have any extra time, yeah, if we have any extra time, then I think we should. I think we should model some, and they'll also give us a chance to test out the new and improved 3D printer cam, now with image compression. All right. I think, a good use of our time here is while we wait for this to release the shmoo, let's turn this bad boy around and let's reinstall all of those knobs. Let's reinstall our knobs. I don't know, like, I know, like, folks are laughing at me me saying if we have any extra time, but like, this project is pretty close to completion. Like this project is fairly close to being done, right? Like, really, the only thing left is to flip the switch. Each individual part has been tested, so the odds of this, each individual piece has been tested. So, like, the odds of the like the system having a some sort of catastrophic, like, unless a catastrophe happens, the odds of us having to like spend hours like completely reworking something is fairly low. And you folks know that I'm very pessimistic when it comes to this stuff. But at this stage in a project, I mean, it's got a 90% chance of just coming together, and a 10% chance of like completely biting the dookie. So yeah, I'm gonna allow myself to feel confident. Believe it or not, how confident you feel about a project has no bearing on how likely it is to fail. Yeah, jinxes do not exist. They are just a schoolyard joke. Jinxes don't exist, they're just a Pokemon. They're just a racially offensive Pokemon. Okay, where did I put the hex drivers? Here we go. Alright, so I want this one. Oh man. Oh man, friggin' Jinx the Pokemon. Saying Jinx is racially offensive is actually offensive in a different way. Because of Japan's different relationship with blackface. The whole thing is very funny. I mean, not to anyone offended by it, but, I think it's funny. Ah, nice. Yeah, I'm honestly more of a Mr. Mime fan myself. I like the barriers. I don't know why, they really should have given Mr. Mime a French accent in the TV show. They made him go like, Mr. Mime! And it's stupid. No, you should have a French accent, because he's a mime. Yeah. What's the baby version of Mr. Mime? It's like got a really dumb name. It's like Mime Jr. or something. Oh yeah. Oh man. Pokemon back in the day was like kids today just don't understand what they were missing. Pokemon back in the day was like, all right. You ever watch like this is for the millennial. This is for the Gen Zers. You ever watch like Yu-Gi-Oh or something, and like it takes place in a high school where just everyone just happens to be ready to duel at all times. Like everyone just happens to be carrying around their deck. And like you can just challenge anyone to a duel and like even settle arguments with that. Well, that sounds stupid and contrived, but that's what it was like in the heyday of Pokemon. Like everyone had their deck everywhere. You could point at anyone in the schoolyard, be like, "You with the face, throw down." And they'd be like, Game Boy or cards? Yeah. Oh, it was a better time. 'Twas a simpler time. Don't get me started on the Pogs. Pogs were great. Pogs were awesome. Yes, that is where... Yep, it's related to PogChamp. Poggers and Pogs are indeed related. That's also Hawaiian. That's also a Hawaiian thing. Yeah. Pogs started out as a... they started out as a Hawaiian, like a Hawaiian schoolyard thing. And then it became an international sensation. Was it international or was it just an American thing? People who didn't grow up in America, were Pogs a thing? Or was it just America? I could see it going either way. Magic the Gathering crack style. Well, that was part of what made Pokemon so fun back in the day was that parents wouldn't give their kids enough allowance to build. Oh, I keep forgetting to close the second monitor, or the second picture-in-picture. Parents wouldn't give their kids enough money to get really powerful decks, so everyone's deck was kind of like slapped together with whatever they had lying around, and whatever they get their big brother to give them. And that meant that everyone's deck had like a lot of character. Everyone had like that one super powerful card that they could trade for. Oh man, everyone had that like one power card. Oh man, it's just part of the fun. Card games are definitely better when people aren't spending a fortune on them. Definitely more fun. That is the way to play. No, not that kind of Pog. Get your mind out of the gutter. Going into the gutter more than a one-eyed bowler. Not that kind of Pog. No, the cardboard caps with the slammers. Ah, kids these days. Yeah. Then you like, I guess there was a period where I'm not sure if Yu-Gi-Oh ever got this popular, but Yu-Gi-Oh did get quite popular. You could get in some serious playground duels on Yu-Gi-Oh. For me, they weren't like that was post playground. That was like when I was in high school, so it was more like lunch table duels. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is man. Yu-Gi-Oh is a terrible game in the quantitative sense. Like, it is provably a bad game, but it is a blast. It's so much fun. It's like Magic the Gathering, except you start out with 100 lands on the board, and all the cards have like so in Magic they limit how many lines of text. Like back in the day, there was this card called Chains of Mephistopheles, and if you ever want to, if you ever feel like your eyes are too deeply seated in your sockets and you want them to pop out, open up Gatherer and look up Chains of Mephistopheles and look at how many lines of text are on that card. Then go to the official rules and see what the official rules, like basically they changed how the card was written to make it work with like a rules change. Now it's even longer, right? It's crazy. It's like 2 paragraphs of text. There are actual Yu-Gi-Oh cards that you can pull out of a booster pack that have more text than that. It's great. Whether Yu-Gi-Oh is bad or good about walls of text depends on your opinion of walls of text. Personally, I like a wall of text. I think they're charming. I like overly complicated games, but most people don't. Who'da thunk it, right? This looks alright. It looks a little cockeyed for some reason. I wonder. Hang on, this looks a little bit cockeyed. I think we're gonna have to add some rubber bumpers to, like, we're gonna have to add some rubber feet on this thing to even it out. But otherwise, this thing's looking pretty rad. Nope. Yeah. This thing's looking radical. All right. So next thing I want to do. So let's see. Yeah. Next thing I want to do is attach this switch in place. Yeah. Yeah. Next thing I want to do is get that switch going there. So let's grab ourselves some sandpaper. Let's get rid of some of the paint around here. We'll mix up a little quick JB Quick Weld, and then we'll go for it. Are we talking about Den Hack? I did go to Den Hack before the pandemic. February 2020. Yeah, all I remember of that trip was my hangover, but yeah, we definitely went to Den Hack. Den Hack's sweet. I'm looking forward to visiting all the hacker spaces. Really stoked about that. Yeah, we're gonna do a tour to hackerspace. We're gonna visit all of them. Assuming they're not jerks, like we'll probably join all of them. And yeah, like support the hacker community and get access to some tools. Say hi. Yeah, Den Hack was sweet. That was like a garage. That place is rad. That place was radical. Yeah. What are the other hacker spaces? What are the other hacker spaces in the area? I know because I know there were more before the pandemic. I don't know how many have survived. Yeah, I know this isn't the most exciting, but if we just glue this directly down. If we were to just glue this directly down to the paint, it wouldn't stick very well. Like basically, as soon as I flip the switch with any amount of force, it would just like rip the paint off. Paint, yeah, this paint isn't plastic paint, so it hasn't formed a strong it hasn't like fused into the surface of the plastic. So it's actually all in very fragile, bit of a fragile state. Like it could start flaking off. We want to avoid that. Flaking paint is not pimptastic. But let me tell you, I know a thing or two about pimping. I don't really. I made that up. I'm just trying to sound cool. The nearest hackerspace to Les Lodge is a school student only kind of thing. It's sad. I don't consider those hacker spaces. Those are engineering labs. I think I don't think it's semantics either. I think they're fundamentally different. I don't think you can compare the two. I'll tell you what I need to check out is the Denver Library. Gotta check out the public library and see what they got. Let's see. All right, that seems about right. Phil, Alexander Berger says maybe turn the pump off for a couple minutes so the bubbles can form and get removed. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Like also helps to pulse it on and off. Can help send some more bubbles down the line. Yep, there we go. Yeah, and also the pressure difference can also cause some fun to happen. Let's see if it kicks anything else out. Yep, there we go. I love seeing the bubbles like making their way through the system. Let's see if we can get some more. See if we can get some more bubbles. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. How cool is that? I wish we could use the swirly coolant. I wish we could use the swirly coolant. Let's burp this. But it is not intended to be in the computer for longer than a few hours at a time. Maybe a few days if you're pushing it. I know, right? Let's see. All right, I think this is good. Yeah, let's reuse this to clean off our. Yeah, let's use this to clean off our stuff. I guess we could just try to quickly power this thing on to make sure to see which direction the switch is supposed to face. Yeah, I don't think what's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen, right? Catches fire. All right. Let's let's do this. I'm gonna go grab a power cord, and then we'll plug this thing in. And, see what happens. Stand by for 1 moment. Oh, I seem to have been pinged by Cyberdeck Cafe. It seems. What? What did Cyberdeck Cafe get? Custom pogs? What? All right, hold the phone. Stop the presses. No, this is far more important. Wait, come on. There we go. Look at this. What are those? Cyberdeck Cafe has pogs. Look, they got custom pogs. Boot disc, you maniac, you madman. How does one even do that? Madness. Who makes pogs in 2021? They got custom pogs. Don't tell me you got slammers there too. Oh my god. That's incredible. It custom pogs. Alright, let's see what happens when we plug this thing in. Nothing. Alright. Oh, wait. Oh. Things are happening. Cool. Check it out. Alright, we have liftoff. And... good. Okay, rad. Awesome. Poggers. Kick names, take ass. That is amazing. I'm gonna buy an entire stack of them. Yeah, we want to go to here, and let's turn this off. Alright. Cool. Okay, so this is the off position. So I actually had this thing upside down. Alright. That's great. That's awesome. That's short for awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, so let's mix up some quick weld and just real quick weld this in. Yeah. Actually, do we want to use epoxy or should we use super glue? I think either one would work. Let's give it the Zap-A-Gap. This is called Slow Zap, but it's still much faster than it's still way faster than any sort of two-part epoxy. Yeah, let's give this a shot. We're gonna need something to poke this out with. The poking. Where's the poke? The pokey thing. I cannot handle my potions. They are too strong for you. Cannot handle my potions. Potion seller, I need your potions. Yes, they did misspell thick. I need to get like some various C stickers so I can correct this. Okay, so let's. One drop will bond a square inch forever. So let's put 4 on this thing the size of a quarter, and let's just get this in the. Come on. Let's get this in place and. Hold it. Stick, please. Please stick. Oh, you can't see anything. Stick, please. Let's get another drop in here. Yeah. All right. It's not perfectly. Yeah, the surface isn't perfectly flat. Don't worry about the color. Don't worry about the paint that looks scuffed. We can always touch that up. This thick Zap-A-Gap does a decent job of filling. Lodge Black Nielsen, thanks a lot for the 20 Denmark kroner. Snickle. Yes, cannot forget about the Snickles. I think I'll make myself one of those after this is done. Make myself a Snickles. really sad. Oh, Christ. I'm going to add a little more. Need more glue. It's alright if we end up with some extra. It's alright if we end up with some flashing. Because this stuff is very easy to grind off with a Dremel or something. Alright, I'm going to hold this in place. We can also blast this with accelerant. I don't actually... Oh, Danish Crown. Alright. I really wish it would tell me what's what. 3D Musketeers, welcome to the chat. They're a sponsor of Billy Rubin's podcast. And sort of a 3D printing consultant. Of some nature. Yeah, let's hold this in place. I could blast it with accelerant. But I'm not sure what effect that will have. I'm not sure what effect that's going to have on the paint. It might cause the paint to bubble and warp because I think it's mostly like kerosene or naphtha or something. Like it's some sort of like volatile compound. Alexander Berger says, I hope you're having better luck with the super glue. Mine always comes loose. This isn't just super glue. This is Zap-A-Gap. This stuff is the titties. This is the best. This is great. I've run through so many bottles of this. It sticks anything to anything. It's basically indestructible. It's one of the few things I know that one of the few super glues I know that has enough cyanoacrylate in it that it will actually bond PLA. PLA. So, yeah. The accelerant is totally brutal on plastic. Cyberdeck Cafe, I totally agree. Baking soda can speed up the cure. It doesn't always work with... gotta keep that in place. It doesn't always work with the slow zap, with the thick stuff, because that already has a whole bunch of additives and stuff. Plus it makes it look white and powdery. You know? Yeah, Zap-A-Gap does a pretty good job of bonding PLA. It's pretty good stuff. Unfortunately, it seems like I'm stuck here for the next few minutes. So how's everyone's day? How you doing? How's the kids? How's the wife? Yeah. What's that? Another drop. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. Maybe JB Weld would have been the way to go. Well, JB Weld also takes 15 minutes to cure, and there isn't really a good way of clamping this. This isn't very clampable. So I guess it's just gonna have to be like story time or something. Loctite. All right, Loctite. They have thread locker. I use the a lot of thread locker blue and thread locker red. But, yeah. I do have some JB Quick. It still takes around 15-20 minutes to set up. Yeah. So, how's everything going? I know this isn't the most exciting part. I didn't expect this to take this long. Yeah. 3 second... There's 3 second JB Weld, Richard Potter? Any relation to Harold? Yeah, is there like 3 seconds, like tick, tick, tick? How do you even have time to get it onto the part? Like you mix it up, you reach for your stick, and it's already a crust. Gorilla Glue, super glue. All right, Gorilla Glue foams up. I don't know much about their super glue, but imagine it's also something weird. Also imagine it's like got some weird urethane additives and all that stuff. 3D Musketeers clients think they need titanium, but they can really get 3D printing. You know what we need? You know what you gotta do? You gotta reach out to Protopasta and get them to make you a filament with titanium particles in it. Yeah. Harmonix Nexus says, when are you gonna make a Cyberdeck stream, Zach? Next month. Hopefully. I have a few. There was some various sponsors, and various parts I needed for videos were kind of up in the air, and it's basically sent my next couple months' schedule into a total tailspin. But at some point, we are going to build a Cyberdeck. This one's going to have custom circuit boards. It's not just a Cyberdeck. It's going to also have a mechanical keyboard. You'll be able to just build the keyboard and use it as a mechanical keyboard. So we're also so yeah, we're not just doing a Cyberdeck stream. We're also doing a mechanical keyboard stream. Yeah, how do you like them apples? Let's switch on. What do you say we switch on the pump? See how much air we can kick out. Come on, you can do it. Get that air out of there. Not much. Not a lot of bubbles. I think we're getting pretty decently purged. Picking it up and shaking it around does a great job of getting the bubbles out of there. Stingray Master asks, "WTF is a Cyberdeck, mate? Cyberdeck Cafe. Why don't you explain what a Cyberdeck is? I'll read it back for everyone on stream if Boot Disc is still in the crowd. Seems like we're in pretty decent shape." Astro Penguin asks, "Why did you fill your tubes with Mountain Dew?" For extreme gaming oscilloscope action. Extreme. Looks all right. So this seems stable enough. I think we should kind of leave this alone for a few minutes. I think I'm gonna leave this alone a little bit while we let this thing cure. I'm gonna add another couple drops of super glue for gap filling. Super glue shrinks as it cools, or as it cures. So if you have to fill in gaps, you gotta reapply. You gotta reapply some of it. This isn't gonna serve. This doesn't serve very much to. It doesn't really serve much to bond it. It's not gonna increase the bonding strength. It's just gonna make it look a little more finished. Then we're gonna go back after the stream is over, and I'm gonna go in with a little paint and finish this up. So some folks were saying we should make some support brackets for. Nope. Yup. Some folks were saying we should make some support brackets for these tubes up here because they are a little on the wobbly side, the wibbly wobbly end. By the way, I just want to point out the project is done, right? Like we flipped this thing on earlier, and the lights went on, and the fluid's moving. The project is finished. I just want to make that very clear that the project is done. I didn't make a big deal out of it because we still have a few little little tweaks to do, but the project is finished. I just want to say that. All right, so let's head back over to the computer. Let's fire up CAD. Let's fire up Fusion 360. Make ourselves a little bit of modeling. You know what? Here. What do we know? You know what? I'm gonna break character. It's not party time. It's not party time yet. No, we'll get this 3D print going, and then we'll switch it on for real, and make a big deal out of it, and all that. All right, I'm gonna break character because we're gonna do some sketching. I've realized that one of the big problems that I'm having here with doing CAD on stream is that trying to keep on all the cognitive load of keeping on top of all these conversations and things is making it hard for me to remember dimensions and remember what I'm making. So instead of trusting my memory like I would when I'm alone, let's bust out the sketch pad and actually draw. Draw what we're gonna make. If you're wondering, for a guy who doesn't make sketches, why do I have so many sketches? These were for selling things to clients. Clients like to see the sketches, even though I don't really make them. You might recognize this from a past episode. Yeah, this is another client project because I was still taking clients around the time. Oh yeah, these are the Among Us diagrams. These are diagrams for the Among Us videos. I was still taking clients when I made my first few videos. Yeah. This is a list from the How to Finish Projects videos. You'll notice that it's about the somatic, even though I built the somatic long, long before we did a YouTube channel. Almost like I made it up. Almost like I staged that scene. Do we have any sheets of paper there? Wow, we only got 2 sheets left. And never going to get another one of these because DigiKey doesn't have any more Oh wait, this is a Muji notebook. All right. Okay, let's do some drawings. Among Us. Let's do some drawings. Can we see this? No, not really. Okay. So let's bring this back down. Sup, dudes. Okay, that looks better. Not good enough though. Let's grab a Sharpie. All right. So let's see. Where do we want to? Where to find this pen? 2021. I don't remember. Okay. So I actually want to raise this a bit so that we can see the thing that we're dimensioning. So we're gonna need some brackets to hold to kind of anchor these in place. And looks like we're gonna have to get a little cute here because there's no what's a way of saying this? It's not straight. They're not lined up properly. So I'm thinking we'll put one. Thinking like we'll make a bracket to go right here to hold this. We'll make another bracket to go right here and hold this. Let's see. Let's actually raise this. Let's raise this up so we can try to get on top of the game here. Yeah, there we go. And we're gonna want another to go right about here. This one's kind of awkward because it kind of like sweeps backwards, but yeah, Chad models. Yeah, okay. So let's start with this. Let's start with the one on the left. Or start the one on my right. So this one has to fill in. So this one has to fill in an area about this wide. All right. So let's see. So cross section is going to end up looking. Cross section is going to end up looking like, and this is from the side, like from the pump facing this way. It's going to look like this. Sus. It's going to end up looking something like that, and the tube is gonna like rest in there, give or take. Autofocus is giving us a hard time. Well, you know, gotta take what we can get. So this part here is about 20 millimeters. Let's go back over here. There is no autofocus on this one. So the tubing starts about 18 millimeters up off the. Yeah, about 18 millimeters up from the bottom, give or take. Yeah, let's call it around. Let's call it around 18. More like 17, actually. Let's call it 7. Let's split the difference. Let's call this 17 and a half. The tubing should be 12 millimeters. Let's see, 12 millimeters, more or less. So let's call this 12 and a half. Yeah, what else do we need? I think that should be it. Oh, how far? Like, is this centered? Let's get up on top. Let's see. No, this isn't even close to centered. Oh my. You know what? It's gonna be centered by the time we're done with it. we're just gonna use this to kind of hold it towards the center. Yeah. We have some play here, so we can like jiggle it around a bit. I just want to make sure that when it's being held in position, it's still about 18 millimeters up off, or 17 millimeters up off the ground. Yep, 17 and a half. Okay, perfect, excellent, very good, radical. Okay, so this is done. All right. We're also going to need something similar for something similar for over here. Yeah. So let's. I'm just going to go look at it from the top and see. Yeah, it's basically in the middle. Okay. So the other one is going to look very similar. Slightly sus. 12 and a half. And this is also going to be 20, but this is going to be much shorter. Let's see. This is going to be about, let's say, 11 and a half? 11? Let's call it 11. All right. And we might want, do we want one in the center? Like, because this is going to be held like here, and on the other side, it's going to be held like here and here, so it'll look symmetrical. But it'll still be a little unsupported. I think it'll be fine, because they'll both be supported somewhere in the middle. The 555 timer asks, what time is it in America? America is big. We have 4 time zones here. 5 if you count Hawaii. There are a whole bunch of time zones. Here in Colorado, it's 4 o'clock p.m., whereas the rest of the world calls it 1600. Yeah. So let's design those real quick. Let's get those printing, and yeah. I don't know. I didn't really. There's no third thing in there. No. You can measure with all ends of the calipers. It's designed for it. Matt Bryce says wrong end of the calipers. No, but that's not true. You're intended, like they're intended for this, right? Like that's why this end is notched, so you can like more easily get into tight spaces and take fine measurements. Yeah, there are three places to measure on the calipers. You can either measure the outer diameter of something using this part. You can measure the inner diameter of something using this part, and you can measure depth using this part. Yeah. All right. Puerto Rico isn't really America. Saturday Night Cafe brought up Puerto Rico, but like, I mean, it's what is it? Is it American territory or protectorate? Whatever. Let's head that away. Let's fire up Fusion 360 and let's fuse some 360s. Oh no! I hit the hold button. Whoops! Gotta admit though, that song kind of slaps. That's what I used in the highlight reel for the channel teaser. Yeah, America has a lot of time zones. We got layers. All right, let's put this over here. I've been shoving stuff this way to make room, so we're gonna shove things back over that way. There's no such thing as having a large enough desk. You know that? Like, there's no such thing. Okay. We're gonna move this over here because a lot of people like to see the space mouse. So we're gonna have our space mouse cam. Alrighty. Rightio, old chap, old bean. That isn't helping at all. Here, all right. Get this over here. All right, let's fire Fusion. Oh, hey, it's already fired up. And let's build. I'm gonna switch our resolution back. Switch our DPI back because very difficult to use Fusion at whenever when the toolbars and stuff are so large. Alrighty. So let's do this.
Let's do this. By the way, all of these shenanigans have been sponsored by Things.com. Thanks a lot to Things for sponsoring this episode. Let's actually check out Things before we get too deep into it. Nope. Let's see. Yeah. Things is like super easy to use, and oh, this is really sick. Check this out. You don't just have to put in individual pieces, right? You can upload entire sets of models, and it displays them all in full 3D. Unfortunately, I don't think you can't interact with them right now, but you can explode them. Yeah, isn't that neat? Check that out. Yeah. So if you're interested, use the link in the description. Helps out the channel. Oh, hey, it's Brooke's favorite, bulbous, and it does not look, unfortunately, like the Space Mouse works with Things. Things, jump on it. Jump on it. You can do it. Yeah. So all of my stuff is on it. Check it out. Let's view my things. So we've got we've got like the fan grills from like my new PC. Yeah, we've got fan grills from the new PC. Everything you need to build the Nerf Sniper from the sick Nerf Sniper episode. We got the 3 board. Remember that? Like from the first stream. It's finally up. It's all on Things. Use the link in the description. Thanks a lot to Things for sponsoring the episode, helping us out, and for generally being awesome for the maker community. And with that, let us return to the fray. Okay. Yeah. So we've got our design here. Let's make both of them. Both of them, right? Yeah. All right. So these are very simple. Yeah. So these are going to be some pretty simple designs. Let me pull my head out of my butt and. All right. So it's 20 on this side, and this side's going to be 11 plus. Let's see. 11 plus 12 and a half over. Let's just call it 12 and a half. Yeah, because that's going to bring us all the way to the top. All right, let's zoom in. I'm still getting the hang of this, but we're getting better. We're going to throw a center line on here. We're going to throw a circle on here, touching the top. And this is, of course, going to be... We're not going to make it 12 and a half. We probably want to leave some room around it, right? Let's call it 13. Plus 13. All right. Sanity check. Between here and here should be 11, which is correct. Awesome. All right, so we're going to split this. All right, so we're splitting this in half, and this is just going to make it easier for us to pick which parts to extrude and which parts to not. Let's see. So how do we want to do this? We probably want to add a little extra. So for the support, we probably want to add a little extra lip on it. But we don't want that to be concave, because then we'd have to snap the tube in and out, which could be difficult. So I'm going to add. So that's why I'm adding these tangent lines here. So how much lip do we want? Maybe like 3 millimeters. I think 3 millimeters. Okay. Awesome. All right. So that's our first one. Let's make our second one. How do we select? Yep, create copy. There we go. Nope. I don't. Nope, I want to keep them about the same place. All right, so we're going to move. We're going to create a copy, and we're just going to drag this slider to carry this way. Okie dokie. So we're going to throw a point here, and no, wait, I made a boo-boo. All right, yeah, we're going to throw a point here, and then we're going to fix the point, and then that will constrain our geometry. Very, very nice. Okay, so this one, instead of this being 11, this is 17.5. Otherwise, the dimensions are the same. Excellent. Good, good.
Anyone seen the new Samurai, like the new Samurai Jack or the Samurai Jack finale? I haven't seen it. I'm a little worried too. I think worried it'll ruin my experience. How thick do we want these? 15 millimeters. 15 millimeters. That's where extra thick came from, by the way. Came from the Master of Darkness, Aku. Right. We don't need the sketch anymore, so let's hide it. Alright, let's round these out to make them look, just make them look a little nicer. 2 millimeters? Is that too much? That is too much. 1.5? Let's call it 1.2. I like doing everything in multiples of 0.6 because reasons. Alright. So here's a question. Are we going to print them like this? Or are we going to print them like this? We're going to put them oriented like so, oriented like so. If we do them oriented like this, then the layer lines will make it look cooler. But if we do it like this, probably print print faster. I think it'll print faster if we do it this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay, so in this case, we can now fillet these edges. We don't have to worry about corners. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have to worry about any corners peeling up. All right, good. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's save this. Oh, we already have the super expensive. It says here super expensive PimpScope, and let's save this as tube brackets. All right, let's do some super secret lazy person tech. We're gonna hit make. We're gonna hit bodies. So it prints the entire thing at once. Look at that.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh
It's
no,
maintenance.
my wife is interrupting.
With maintenance to fix the back.
Oh, okay. It seems like they're gonna snake our sink. We came now.
Okay,
Awesome.
Sorry, thank you so much.
All right, let's send this thing over to the printer. And all right.
Hello, everyone.
Hey. Look, Brooke's mask has succulents on it. Show.
It does. And so does my shirt.
Hang on a second.
I'm so coordinated.
Show them your suck. Show them the suck. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that awesome? The inside of the mask has what's on the inside of the mask?
Wine bottles.
Oh, it's got wine bottles on the inside. I want to drink your mask, bro. All right. Bye bye. Yeah, they're gonna snake our drain, so there might be some strange noises. Let's switch back to here. Check this out. Prusa folks actually made the Space Mouse work in Prusa Slicer. This isn't universal. It's not like a joystick. They actually have to hand implement it for each and every situation. Yeah, check that out. Isn't that rad? Okay, so we're going to print this on the coccolith. I actually have this thing loaded with the remainder of that cheap carbon fiber polycarbonate. We're going to crank up the Z height because we're in a hurry. Let's print it with a brim. Let's see how long this will take. This will take 25 minutes. Let's see how long this will take at 0.2 millimeters. It's going to take half an hour. So I think this is. Let's just compare with 0.5. I wish I would slice it at every combination. All right. So it seems like the sweet spot. It's 0.2. So let's slice it and let's send it. Very, very nice. So let's try to get our new and improved 3D printer cam working. Yeah, let's see if we can get a new and improved printer cam rolling. You folks cannot see anything. So let's, for the most part, I think we're done with the modeling. So let's crank the display scale back up so everyone can see what the hell's going on. Yeah, so we're going to log back into Pi. All right, V2, where is it? V2 log. All right. Okay, so all right. So here's what we got to do. I haven't set up a script to automate all this yet. And you folks can't see anything that's going on here at all. Let's hide this. All right. So let's start this. The video for Linux, RSTP server, width 1280, height 720. And I think that's, I think like frame rate, let's call it 10. All right, so this should work. This should work. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross any extremity you can afford to cross. Did it work? It's not working. It's not working. 1 second. Let's see if 1 second. Let's see if I can unscrew this. Sultan of Scott. It should be working. 8554. Oh right, I have to hit the thing. This should work. Come on. Come on. Come on. Why, are we clear?
Actually, no, you're not. So there is a...
Tilbrook. Alright, unfortunately it looks like 3D printer vision's not working. We tried. Alright, well let's do this the hard way. Let's go back to I'm gonna open up a 3D printer closet and let's see. Let's just make sure everything's rolling in there. Looks like it. We're gonna slather some extra glue on there. We need some more glue. There we go, that'll work. Don't you just love the word slather? Isn't that a great word? Slather. Alright. Okay, so that's printing, that's drying. Yeah, what the hell else is there to do? Tinkercad is very limited. A lot of folks are saying in chat are joking about Tinkercad. I don't like Tinkercad very much. It's not very good. If you have a kid, like I don't know what kind of sick bastard would recommend that their kid learns Tinkercad. Like your kid's gonna hate modeling. They're never gonna do it anymore. Yeah, I want a snickle. I'm starving. Okay. So, oh right, a lot of folks are asking what program I'm using to handle the windows. It is included with Power Toys. Yep. Gives me these little snap zones. Power Toys also gives me this launcher. Yeah, also gives me this launcher. It's pretty neat. Really useful. Yeah, really useful program. You should definitely have it installed. Okay. So I'm thinking we could like just just put this thing through its paces, right?
Do you have a mask?
Pardon me?
Oh, I was just saying if you took your mask off.
Yes.
Hi, Matt.
No, you can see because you're watching the stream.
I was in the other room talking to the dude.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's get back on it. No. Yeah. Let's flip this thing back on and see what happens, right? Hopefully we won't have any major trouble. Yeah, hopefully we don't have any major issues, and the thing works. But yeah, this is it. All right, so this is the official unmasking, the official switching on of the scope. Folks ready? Folks ready? I'm not. Everything's going to go to hell. It's going to invalidate all of our work. All right. Here we go. This is an historic moment. So historic we have to use correct grammar. Oh boy. Come on, lights. Come on, lights. Oh! Oh! There we go. That should work. How long has my sound been off? Has that been a real problem? All right, it's working, folks, ladies, gentlemen, cyborgs. Check it out. Look at that. The PimpScope is back. It's better than ever. We are. Oh, look at that! Look at glowing triangles, glowing buttons, underbody lighting. We got tubes. We got pipes. This is great. Come on. I am happy. I'm very happy. Unfortunately, oh, hey, this isn't working. I wonder if it's. I wonder if we plugged it in backwards. Let's see. That doesn't look healthy. Well, it looks like it didn't make it out completely unscathed. That's not supposed to do that. Yeah, it looks like we didn't escape unscathed. Looks like we took a little bit of battle damage. But it's much better than it could have been. Much worse. Let's just put it that way. Who knows what's going on there? Maybe this cable came loose. Hang on one sec. Oh no, you're looking at my hair again, aren't you? So embarrassing. It's most unbecoming. This. Stand by one sec. Looks like nothing has come loose on this end. Maybe something's shorting out on this side. Maybe plugging it in backwards damaged it. It shouldn't though. Plugging it one of these strips in backwards shouldn't really have a lot of effect. So something's happening here. Something's funny here. I don't really know what. Something's wrong, and it don't look good. Who are you gonna call? Your mommy, I guess. Well, all right. Apart from some neopixels, it looks like we're in pretty decent shape here. I suppose we could take a look at the waveform and see what's going on using some sort of oscilloscope, perhaps. What do you say? Oscilloscope, debug thyself. All right, there is a way for me to stream the oscilloscope, but I don't have that set up yet, and I think I might actually need a VGA capture, like a VGA capture card. I think it's only VGA, so I think I'll need a VGA capture card. Yeah. What do you say we we figure out what's going on here? That looks promising. This is really just a sanity check. I don't really have anything good to clip this to. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Kind of awkward, actually. A little on the aux side. Not gonna lie. NGL. Yeah, there's nothing for me to really clip this to that's convenient. Maybe I can grab a ground pin. Maybe I can grab a. Yeah. So if you ever wonder what this little thing is, this is a pin to enable you to connect this thing to a ground nearby. Here, take a. I'm not sure if you can see this, but I don't actually know which of these pins is ground. Yeah. Let's. One sec. I'm just using my my multimeter to figure out. Just gonna use my meter to figure out which of these is connected to ground and which is not. So, all right. So these resistors these capacitors. What's going on here? Are these not getting power? 3 volts? This should be 5 volts. Shouldn't be 3 volts. Something is going quite wrong here. These aren't receiving power. That's very odd. Always with the debugging. Maybe there's a short somewhere. All right. I don't think this is going to be like this isn't a signal issue. This is a power issue. So I don't think there's much to do with our scope. But the project is done, folks. Like, give yourselves a round of applause for sticking through this ridiculous, never-ending baloney with me. Oh, just look at it. Isn't it beautiful? Look at the coolant. Look at the rainbows. It's just so beautiful. Let's hit the demo button. Maybe it'll do something fun. Wait, the button's not working? Something funny's going on. I think we didn't plug these buttons in. Oh no! I don't think these buttons are strictly necessary. But, yeah, look, we do what we can. Still, come on, that looks pretty sick. Looks pretty sick. Oh, man. Oh, it's got a touchscreen, too. That's pretty sick. You can, like, zoom in. Set up. I barely even used the scope. I didn't really have any time after I spent a lot of time modding it. Alright. I think this calls for updating our to-do list. I think this calls for us updating our to-do list. Stand by 1 sec. I'll be right back. Yeah! Alright, open up Sublime Text. Let's get this out of there. It's here. Oh yeah. Wait, where my emoji? Oh, there's supposed to be party emoji. What gives? Oh, my party emoji aren't showing up. Oh, that's bogus, folks. I need my party emoji. Aw, oh well. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, project's done. This is sick. Check it out. It's 4:30. All you haters, I got 33 minutes to mess around. Yeah, let's get some party emotes in the chat, folks. This is a big occasion. We've been working on this thing for a while. Like we've been messing around with this thing for like 4 streams now or something. Like this, my computer died in the process here. We've been through so much crap to get this stupid friggin' oscilloscope like functional. Like, yeah. Yeah. Brooke says if I knew if we had balloons, I'd bust in there with balloons. Brooke, get some whiskey or some champagne or something. We gotta pop some bottles. We gotta celebrate here. We gotta celebrate this with some day drinking and some dabbing. Yes. Let's yeah, check that out. Oh, there's still one more bit to do here. There's still one more thing to show off. This is new. This is new too. Let's see if this worked. The new back piece. Here, check this out. We got our new back piece. I even put a message on there. For $18,000 oscilloscope. $18,000. Just doesn't buy what it used to.
No, Prosecco or bourbon?
Oh, we got options? Oh, let's pop the bubbly.
It's not cold.
Ew.
Bourbon?
Yeah. Check this out. We're gonna need something to put it in.
Oh, I thought we were just gonna like swill
Just
it. Like,
just swill it straight out of the bottle.
yeah.
Pure class.
I thought this was a party.
All right. Yeah, I guess this is a party. Check this out. Oh, I mean, come on, get in there. Get in there. You're spoiling the narrative. Uh-oh. It's got this lip at the bottom that's supposed to latch into. Oh, that's why it's not going in there, because we have like a friggin' 1,000 cables cluttering the place up. Might have to rearrange things a bit.
Do you want your America glass or do you want this fancy?
America!
Don't get demonetized.
I'm not gonna get demonetized for dropping an F-bomb 4 hours into a stream. You don't get demonetized for swearing at all. I just don't swear because it's funny.
You may put too much bourbon in these gloves.
If it's cool to be hard, then I want to be soft. Check that out. Window is back. And now, let us toast our success. L'chaim. Two oscilloscopes. Two very expensive oscilloscopes. And to projects. Hang on a second, I'm going to rewind that a little. To finishing projects. Look how American this glass is. Look how American this is. It's got an American flag on it. It's got a bullet in it. It's full of bourbon. That's American. Yeah.
Does the chat like it?
There's a delay of about 5 seconds. Yeah, thanks to everyone who followed along on this ridiculous journey. Yeah, I hope you'll join us. Hope you'll join us in the future. Yeah. Oh, so good. So yeah. Oh man, does this ever load off my back? So the next stream is going to be on Friday. We are going to be building. We're going to be building a laser engraver, and we are going to be giving one away to a lucky viewer. Giving one away to a lucky viewer. So make sure you tune in for your chance to win a laser engraver. I've never used one of those before. Like, I've used a laser cutter, but not one of the cheap ones. So yeah, it's gonna be great. Yeah, this tomorrow, join us at the Voidstar Lab Discord. That's discord.gg/Voidstar Lab. As we welcome Botgrinder FPV and Lord Helix to our Hack and Yap stage for our final Super Hack and Yap. We're going to talk about cyberpunk in real life, IRL cyberpunk. The next video is coming out soon. That's going to be it's going to be on the new gaming computer. I don't want to spoil a surprise. There's a real surprise. I'm not going to spoil it though. It's going to be a good episode that'll probably be out in a week or so. Yeah, if you're not a member, feel free to subscribe. You can support us on Patreon, support us in the Super Chat. But mostly you're supporting us just by showing up and, hyping me up and getting me to finish my projects. So, yeah, with that, if anyone has any final questions, any final points, anything you want to get across before we close down for the day, now is an excellent time. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Tomorrow. Yes, that's right. My parents are Canadian. Doesn't make me enjoy Canadian whiskey anymore. Yeah. So let's take one more look at our beautiful oscilloscope. It's so nice. Look at that. It's great. I was raised by Canadians. Brooke says I was raised by Canadians. Say adult. What is it? Adult? Is that what it is? It's adult. Adult. Yeah. Yeah, so folks saying, where am I in Colorado? We're in Federal Heights. We're in the suburbs of Denver. So yeah, we're gonna do some hackerspace tours. We're gonna hang out. Reagan, thanks a lot for the $5. Reagan, I think, is one of our newest Patreon supporters as well. Something about an electric car. Great Jorb, thank you, ZF and Brooke. Jack Mehoff, thanks for the $10. It was fun watch. It was a fun time to watch VR with me the other day in Discord. That's right. I connected my I did a little game streaming. I played a little hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. Maybe I could be convinced to do it again. Maybe I could be convinced to do it on stream instead of on Discord. Mickey Moore asks, Zach, have you ever gotten to cyber red teaming? No, I'm not that cool. I'm not that badass. No, I'm not. I don't really know that much about security penetration. I've done a little social engineering, but never in a pen testing situation. And yeah. Let's take one more, and then we'll call it a day. I need to relax and appreciate my scope. I think I'm gonna smoke a doobie the size of a kielbasa and watch the colorful rainbow lights. Security penetration is so hard. Like, just it's actually security is a lot like learning electronics. There's a tremendous amount of stuff you have to know to put your chips on the board, and I think that once you get to that point, like from there, it's just a matter of picking up the specific little bits and pieces. Maybe I'll do that in the future. I have always wanted to learn some hacking. It would be kind of cool. So, just to recap, tomorrow, final hacking yap. Feel free, this 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 1900 UTC. Friday, we're going to be doing some laser engraving next month. Now, following that, holy crap, we are going to be uncorking a Pandora's box of the craziest, stupidest projects we've made. We're going to be bringing some crazy equipment. We're going to be making some silly projects. We got robots on the schedule. We got machine learning on the schedule. We got lots and lots of 3D printing, all kinds of crazy stuff. Thanks to everyone for watching, for joining in, and I'll see all of you in the future. And now for that awkward part where I now have to reach over and end the stream after saying all this stuff, because I don't want to make a hotkey for ending the stream, because I'll hit it by accident, and that's going to cause all kinds of problems, and, who even knows what